Hey guys, tonight we're going way back, before electricity, before memory foam mattresses, before stress spirals caused by late night scrolling, to a time when sleep wasn't something you hacked, optimized, or tracked on your smartwatch. You're in a one-room house made of timber and wattle, nestled in a medieval village where the streets are dark, the stars are out, and the smell of wood smoke clings to everything like a favorite blanket. You hear the gentle crackle of the hearth, the creak of the rafters, and somewhere outside, the low moo of a cow complaining about who knows what. And yes, spoiler alert, you probably wouldn't survive this. There's no heating. Your diet is mostly porridge. And the concept of privacy hasn't quite been invented. But here's the twist. You're about to have the coziest sleep of your life. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. I love hearing about nighttime routines from all around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You rub your hands together by the hearth, watching the flames dance behind blackened iron. It's not just decoration. That fire is your heating system, your stove, your light source, and, occasionally, your bug repellent. There's no central heating, no insulation, and certainly no smart thermostat. The medieval winter night outside could freeze spit mid-air, and your little cottage is doing its best to pretend it's not just a glorified barn. Still, there's a warmth to it, literally and figuratively. The fire might smoke a bit, and yes, sometimes birds nest in the chimney, but it's the heart of your home. At bedtime, you bank the fire, pulling coals into a tight mound so it'll still be smoldering come morning. You wrap a hot brick or a heated stone in cloth and tuck it under your feet. Medieval hot water bottle. Check. Now, what's wild is that heating with fire wasn't just practical. It was architectural. Many medieval homes were built around a central hearth, and some larger peasant longhouses even had a built-in smoke hole in the roof. Sure, your walls might be packed with straw and mud, and yes, the wind still howls through the cracks, but people were clever with what they had. Historians still argue whether open hearths were better than later chimneyed fireplaces. The hearth filled the room with warm air, but also soot. Later chimney designs improved airflow, but were colder. It's a trade-off. You win some. You cough some. You're probably wondering, what about wealthier folks? Surely they had it better. Well, kind of. Nobles and royals had fireplaces in their chambers, often grand ones, with stone mantels and elaborate carvings. Their fires might burn cleaner and longer. But even the wealthiest bedchambers were drafty. Stone walls don't hold heat well. So, rich or poor, bedtime involved bundling up and making peace with the chill. Speaking of bundling, your bed isn't some mattress-on-frame situation. Tonight, you're on a wooden bed frame, maybe even rope-strung, creaking with every movement. On it lies a mattress stuffed with straw, feathers if you're lucky, and a pile of heavy blankets. Not just one. No, we're talking layers. Wool, fur, even cloaks and cloaks of cloaks. Cold air? Not your problem. Not when you're cocooned like a medieval caterpillar. But let's back up for a moment. Before you even get into bed, There's the nighttime ritual of winding down around the fire. It's a communal affair. Families gather in close. You might be knitting, mending clothes, or just listening to someone recount the day's gossip in vivid detail, like the baker's apprentice tripping into the duck pond again. Good times. And while everyone's winding down, the fire keeps things gentle. The orange glow is soft, flickering. No harsh blue light. No dopamine-frying phone screens, just flames, shadows, and that deeply human sense of winding toward rest. As the embers dim, you feel your eyelids go heavy. Outside, the village is quieting too. Most folks go to bed not long after the sun sets. There's no real reason to stay up. Candles are expensive. Oil is precious. And darkness simply means sleep. But just before you crawl under your wool-stuffed covers, you check the fire one last time. Gotta make sure it's not likely to burn the house down or die too soon. You gently push the coals together, cover them with ash, and whisper a little hope into the dark. Please stay warm till morning. It's a routine passed down over generations, and in its simplicity, there's comfort. You aren't optimizing your circadian rhythm. You aren't panicking about screen time or blue light blockers. You're just winding down with firelight and quiet, the way people did for centuries. And weirdly, it works. It really works. Something about the absence of noise, artificial light, and emails from Brenda in HR makes the sleep ahead feel not just possible, but inevitable. Now, are there downsides? Absolutely. There's always the risk the fire smokes you out, or a rat steals your last crust of bread. But in the cold calculus of medieval life, this cozy firelit moment is one of the day's highlights. And maybe, just maybe, the promise of a warm bed makes the hard bits easier to bear. So, you take one last look at the glowing coals. The warmth still radiates across the floor. Outside, a wind whistles low through the thatch. Inside, your breath clouds in the air, then fades. You're tired, and tomorrow promises more work. Tilling, spinning, hammering. But that's a problem for your morning self. Right now, it's just you, your bed, and the slow lull of a fire saying, rest. You've done enough. You shuffle over to your sleeping spot, the floorboards, or maybe packed earth, creaking beneath your feet. As you reach your humble bed, it creaks back at you, groaning like an old friend who's seen too much. Welcome to the bedtime luxury suite of the medieval world, where the mattress might be a sack stuffed with straw, wool, feathers, or, if you're particularly down on your luck, dried moss and itchy hay. And it's glorious, or at least it gets the job done. If you're living in a modest household, your sleeping place might be little more than a pile of straw tucked in the corner, lined with rags and perhaps a borrowed sheepskin. This is the tick, a cloth bag filled with whatever stuffing you could afford or forage. Over time, the straw gets flat, itchy, and suspiciously crunchy. But hey, it's yours. Now, if you've managed to rise above the peasant life, or you're sleeping in the manor, things get a little fancier. You might find yourself collapsing into a proper wooden bed frame with ropes crisscrossed underneath to support your mattress. Hence the phrase, sleep tight. As in, you better tighten those ropes unless you want to sag like a sleeping banana. The mattress might be filled with goose feathers, And if you're royalty, swan down. That's right, swan. Because of course swans aren't just for dramatic lakeside posing. Their feathers make beds fluffier. And their ownership screams, I own land and you don't. Above you, a canopy of heavy curtains, not decorative, practical. These weren't just to show off your taste in medieval tapestries. They held in warmth, in larger, drafty stone homes. A canopy bed was basically a tent within a castle. You close the curtains, and suddenly, you've got a microclimate, one where your breath doesn't instantly freeze. But here's the fun bit. Even in wealthy homes, beds weren't just for one. Sure, the lord and lady got their own, but servants often bunked at the foot of the bed, or just nearby. In some cases, guests would share the same mattress, not in a binge-watch Netflix and gossip kind of way, but more like, well, this is the only soft surface available, so budge over. Historians still argue whether this communal approach to sleeping was born out of necessity or custom. Was it about saving space and heat, or just a lack of concern for personal boundaries as we define them today? Probably both. Either way, medieval people didn't bat an eye at sharing a bed with friends, servants, or even strangers if the tavern was full and the ale had been flowing. And let's not forget the importance of the bed chest. Before wardrobes were a thing, people stored their spare linens and blankets in these large wooden trunks at the foot of the bed. They also doubled as benches, stepping stools, and, on especially cold nights, places where the family dog curled up and snored softly through the dark. One quirky detail many overlook is the bed rake. This was a long-handled tool used to smooth and fluff up the straw or feathers before climbing in. Picture a rake, but for bedtime. You'd use it to even out the lumps or chase off any unwanted insects. Bonus points if you caught the neighborhood ferret making itself at home in your mattress again. Some beds even came with a warming pan, essentially a metal dish filled with hot coals, which you'd run under the covers before getting in. It was all very cozy until someone forgot to remove it and accidentally started the world's most awkward bedroom fire. History. It's worth noting that kids often didn't get their own beds. Most children slept bundled up on the floor near their parents or siblings, curled like dormice under patched-up quilts. And in many households, people didn't sleep in bedrooms as we know them. The bed was just part of the room, one multi-purpose living space for cooking, working, and resting. So, yes, you could technically stir porridge without getting out of bed. By now, you've climbed in, pulled the covers over your nose, and tucked your feet in like a seasoned professional. You can smell the wool, the earthy tang of straw, and maybe a hint of whatever herb bundle your family stashes under the mattress to ward off moths and misfortune. Lavender, rosemary, saint, John's wort, take your pick. Everyone had their favorite. You sigh, nestling deeper. The bed creaks softly as it shifts under your weight. You wiggle until your legs hit a warm spot, probably where the hot brick's still doing its thing. A contented groan escapes you. Not bad for a time without memory foam. Oh, and don't expect to lie there in your pajamas. Night clothes were a luxury, or a legend. Many folks slept in their shifts, a kind of long undertunic, or in whatever they were wearing earlier. Some just stripped down to the bare essentials. There's even a medieval anecdote of someone being startled awake jumping out of bed, and accidentally greeting visitors in their birthday suit. Oops. And speaking of layers, remember those thick woolen covers? Some families used animal skins, heavy, warm, and probably still smelling faintly of goat. But it worked. Modern studies suggest that people in the Middle Ages actually got deeper, more restorative sleep than many of us today. Fewer artificial lights, fewer distractions, and an exhausting day of physical labor meant your body basically demanded sleep. One 13th century monk wrote that sleep was a small death that refreshes. And honestly, that feels about right. The world outside is quieting. The hearth is flickering low. Your eyelids get heavier. And your bed, even with all its lumpy, hay-filled flaws, feels like a haven. You tug the blanket up to your chin, breathe out into the cool air, and listen to the soft rustle of someone else in the room turning over in their own tick-filled bedroll. You're warm. You're wrapped up. And for the first time all day, you don't have to do anything at all. Just when you think you've finally drifted off for the night, your eyes flutter open, not because of a nightmare, or a cat jumping on your face, or even the occasional draft sneaking through a poorly chinked wall. No, you're wide awake because it's time. Welcome to the curious phenomenon of segmented sleep. You see, unlike the modern idea of one long, uninterrupted 8-hour sleep block, medieval folks often split their nights in two. They had what's called a first sleep and a second sleep, with a wakeful period of an hour or so in between. And here's the twist. It wasn't a problem. It was the plan. So, let's set the scene. You went to bed shortly after sundown, maybe around 8 p.m., depending on the season. You slept deeply, dreamlessly, wrapped in the warmth of wool and the slight crackle of cooling embers. Then, sometime around midnight, you stir. And the thing is, you feel rested, not done sleeping, but calm, present, not groggy or annoyed, just awake. This midnight interlude, often called the watch, wasn't filled with doom scrolling or insomnia-induced panic. No, this was intentional restfulness. People would use this time to pray, reflect, talk quietly, make love, or even do some light work. Spin a bit of thread, mend a hole, or just lie back and think in the dark. Because when there's no electric light, and the world is properly, blissfully quiet, your mind gets creative. In fact, one 15th century medical text even recommends this period as the best time for conception. Just a fun medieval PSA. And if that's not your vibe, maybe you're contemplating your dreams instead. In an age where dreams were seen as messages, warnings, or whispers from beyond, this mid-sleep moment became a natural space to ponder what your subconscious might be trying to say, or at least whether that talking goose meant anything serious. Historians still argue whether this sleep pattern was universal or regional. Evidence from Europe, the Middle East, and parts of Asia suggests it wasn't just a fluke. It was a thing. From monks to peasants, first and second sleep show up in diaries, letters, and literature. Even court records mention people being awake in the middle of the night, and nobody seemed surprised. So what did you do during the wakeful hour? Well, if you were devout, you prayed. This was prime time for devotions and whispered psalms. If you were practical, maybe you added more wood to the fire or checked on the baby. And if you were just plain bored, you talked, Whispered conversations across shared straw beds were the medieval equivalent of Wusran Waneki. Heart to hearts. You talked about the crops, about God, about that one cow who gives everyone side-eye. Anything. Some even took a short stroll around the house, or, if it wasn't snowing sideways, outside. Imagine standing barefoot on cold packed dirt, wrapped in a blanket, gazing up at a night sky free from light pollution. It's a darkness so complete, so velvet thick, that the stars practically hum. Then, almost like clockwork, your body tells you, okay, good talk, back to sleep. And just like that, it's time for your second sleep. This stretch would usually last until just before dawn. No alarm clocks, just the natural rhythm of light creeping back into the world, and a rooster doing its best rock concert impression outside your window. Or, more accurately, the open hole in the wall where a window should be. By the time the sun rises, you've had 2 solid chunks of sleep and a reflective break in the middle. Sounds weirdly healthy, doesn't it? Modern scientists think so too. Recent sleep studies suggest that our bodies naturally lean toward biphasic sleep if we remove artificial light and distractions. Turns out, your ancestors weren't sleep-deprived zombies. They might have been onto something. This whole rhythm makes your nights feel longer, richer, not a blank, unconscious void, but a fluid series of moments. Sleep becomes less of a shutdown and more of a rhythm. Inhale, exhale, first sleep, second sleep. Even your dreams fit the tempo. The ones from your first sleep are heavier, more intense. The second set, softer, stranger, more poetic. And if you're lucky, tonight's dreams don't involve demonic goats or runaway carts full of turnips. By now, your eyelids are drooping again. The embers from the fire are barely glowing, and the last hush of night is sliding across the floor like a tired ghost. You roll to your other side, tuck the scratchy wool under your chin, and drift off once more, gently, slowly, into the second sleep. You stretch slightly beneath the covers, half asleep, and already aware that the chill has crept back into your toes. It's still dark out, maybe just a glimmer of silver moonlight slipping through a crack in the shutters. But as your fingers reach down to fumble with the edge of your blanket, you notice something peculiar. Your hat is missing. Ah, yes, your nightcap. No, not the post-dinner drink, although a mug of mulled ale wouldn't hurt. We're talking about the medieval fashion statement that also served as essential survival gear, the long, soft, utterly ridiculous-looking sleeping cap. You pat around the straw mattress and finally find it bunched under your shoulder. You tug it back onto your head, feeling instantly more dignified, warm, too. You see, medieval houses were basically glorified wind tunnels. There was no insulation, no double glazing, and absolutely no guarantee that the draft wouldn't find its way right down the back of your neck in the dead of night. That's why people wore layers, and not just by day. Your nighttime outfit isn't sexy, it's strategic. If you're rich, you might have a purpose-made nightgown, perhaps even lined in fur for the deep winters. If you're anyone else, you're sleeping in your chemise, a long undertunic. Maybe your outer tunic too, a pair of rough woolen hose, and, of course, your fetching cap. The cap itself could be made from linen or wool, shaped like a soft cone or a floppy beanie. Some had long tails, not for decoration. They could be wrapped around your neck like a scarf, or used to tie the cap on tightly so it didn't end up, say, under your elbow again. And here's the fun bit. Everyone wore one, from peasants in lofts to nobles in curtained beds. Even babies had tiny sleep caps. It was like being part of a bedtime cult where warmth was the only dogma. Historians still argue whether this fashion was born purely of necessity or whether there were other layers. Status, piety, even modesty. After all, hair was often considered a private, even sensual, part of the body. Covering your head, even in sleep, may have been more than just practical. It could have been proper. You sit up a bit, adjusting the layers around your chest. Your blanket is a quilted thing, hand-stitched, probably patchworked from old tunics and leftover scraps. It's warm, heavy, slightly itchy, and deeply comforting. There's something primal about the way it holds you down, not in a smothering way, but like a firm hand saying stay. And if you're particularly lucky, you've got a sheepskin tucked beneath you, or even a fur pelt laid over the top. No one in the medieval world is worried about microfiber or breathability. Warmth is king, and anything that traps body heat is worth keeping, no matter how funny it smells. Now, let's talk about bed layers. The average person didn't own a dozen spare blankets. Linens were precious and labor-intensive to make. So people layered with what they had. A cloak could double as a blanket. An extra tunic became an emergency foot wrap. In cold months, even tools might join you under the covers. A cold iron pot could be preheated and slid in to radiate warmth. Just don't roll over onto it. There's a sense of ritual to all of this. Slipping on your woolen socks, wrapping the nightcap ribbon beneath your chin, nestling into your cocoon of layered fabric. The wind howls outside, but in here, you've built yourself a fortress of cloth and human ingenuity. But here's the kicker. This whole setup didn't just serve physical comfort. It signaled a transition in a time without clocks. The act of dressing for bed was how your body and mind knew it was time to switch gears. Take off your belt, let down your hair, and wrap yourself in layers. Sleep was coming. And if you happen to wake up for a bit in the middle of the night, see, segmented sleep. You didn't remove your nightcap and hop on Instagram. You stayed warm, quiet, cozy. You were swaddled in a soft silence that today's world rarely allows. And just in case you think this was all a bit too cozy, don't forget the risks. Nightcaps could slip over your eyes, tangle around your neck, or worse, catch fire if you got too close to a candle or hearth. That's right. Bedtime fashion was not without hazards. Nothing like dozing off and waking up to find your hat smoldering like a marshmallow on a stick. Still, people swore by their layers. They layered with intention. They slept with knowledge passed down through generations about when to warm the stones, how to layer fur over linen, and exactly how tightly to tie that nightcap so it wouldn't become a chew toy for a wandering cat. You snuggle deeper under your wool and patchwork cocoon, and the last chill of night leaves your fingertips. Your face is warm, your breath fogs faintly in the dark, and your head is encased in something that looks ridiculous, but feels just right. You sigh, and the silence of the room seems to press in gently around you. Not in a scary way, in the way a thick snowfall muffles the world. You feel hidden, wrapped, forgotten by the waking world, and that's exactly how it should be. Outside, the world is still and shadowed, but it's not silent. You stir beneath your patchwork blankets, half in dream, half awake, and let your ears drift outward. No traffic, no humming refrigerator, no distant sirens. Instead, the medieval night sings its own lullabies, odd, rustic, and strangely comforting. You hear it first, a distant owl, low and rhythmic, calling from a nearby tree. Then the soft padding of bare feet on dirt, someone in your household making their sleepy way to the chamber pot in the corner. Or, if you're wealthier, maybe they're heading to a privy down the hall, torch in hand, muttering about the cold. Closer still, a dog barks once, then twice, sharply, as though insulted by something passing in the lane. Maybe a stray pig, maybe nothing at all. You sigh and pull the blanket over your head, but the sounds keep coming, not jarring, just there, like sleepy companions. The sounds of a medieval town at night weren't the deafening silence of wilderness, but a strange collage of soft, human noises and nature's murmurs. Somewhere in the distance, you can just make out the lilt of a drunk staggering home from the tavern, singing the same line of a ballad over and over again. His voice cracks, but he sounds happy. His boots scrape against cobblestones. A moment later, silence. And now, the quiet gurgle of water from a nearby stream or well, maybe even the faint creak of a mill wheel turning sluggishly in the dark. These were the background noises of medieval rest. Sleep wasn't silent. It was textured. Inside the house, your fellow sleepers make their presence known. Someone breathes heavily. Another snores like a congested bear. A child whimpers in a dream. You share space, sounds, and sleep. Historians still debate how restful communal sleeping actually was. Could anyone really get good rest with a full family, farmhands, and pets in the same room? But the evidence suggests they adapted and found peace in the presence of others. You shift, eyes still closed, and now you're aware of the fire's final exhale, the faint crackle of ash, the occasional pop of a cooling ember. It's no longer for heat. It's for companionship. That low flicker at the edge of your senses says, you're not alone. In the dark, that means everything. Occasionally, the bells ring. In most towns, church bells tolled on a schedule, marking hours, prayers, deaths, or emergencies. You might hear matins ring out from the abbey in the middle of the night, summoning monks for early devotion. The sound floats over rooftops, softened by fog, and drapes itself over your house like another blanket. And if you're in a bigger town, the sounds shift. Night watchmen pass by with rattling staffs and hushed footsteps, calling out the hour and a weather update. Midnight and fair, 2 of the clock, and all is well. It's part security, part bedtime story. You hear the rattle of iron keys, someone locking the city gates, sealing the town until dawn. Not that anyone's likely to come calling now. Except, of course, the rats. Ah, yes, rats. Your roommates, whether you like it or not. You hear the occasional skitter across the rafters, a little chew of teeth on wood, and maybe even the shuffle of a curious mouse exploring under your bed. In the medieval world, pests weren't just expected. They were background noise. You tuned them out the way you might now ignore a ticking clock. Maybe you toss and turn a little. Maybe you dream of quieter places. But something about these nighttime sounds is soothing. They mean life is continuing, even as you rest. Someone is walking home. A dog is guarding a gate. A monk is lighting a candle. The town breathes. Occasionally, there's a real ruckus. A barn catches fire, or a cow escapes and trots indignantly through the square. Maybe someone forgot to close the chicken coop, and now there's a midnight poultry rebellion. But these events, while loud, are rare. They become stories for tomorrow's breakfast, not interruptions for tonight's rest. You pull the covers up again, curling into the noise like it's a lullaby. Outside, the owl hoots once more, patient as ever. In the stable nearby, a horse shifts its weight, sighs loudly, and returns to sleep. You can almost smell the hay, damp and warm, drifting through the cracks in the wooden walls. A neighbor coughs. A child murmurs. The wind brushes against the roof like a passing ghost. Too polite to knock. You might not have a sound machine, but you don't need one. The medieval night provides, and in this tapestry of sighs, shuffles, snorts, and soft fireside crackles, you find your breath sinking to it all. Your heart slows. Your thoughts unspool. You're not just lying in bed. You're floating in a centuries-old rhythm of rest, immersed in the sleepy song of a world that knows how to settle down. Your eyes flutter open just a little. You're not quite awake, not quite asleep, but something smells delicious. You roll over and catch the faint aroma of spiced milk, sweetened with honey and maybe a whisper of nutmeg or ground almond. No, you're not dreaming. Someone in the household is heating up posset, the medieval version of a sleep aid, and possibly the coziest beverage history has to offer. Let's talk about medieval sleepy time snacks and potions. Because while they didn't have melatonin gummies or streaming playlists of ambient rain sounds, medieval folks took their pre-sleep routines seriously. And surprisingly, they were pretty good at it. Take posset, for example. It's a warm drink made from milk, curdled with ale or wine, thickened, and often mixed with spices or sugar if you could afford it. It was thought to settle the stomach and calm the nerves, sort of like a 14th century version of chamomile tea, but chunkier. You sip it slowly, the heat radiating down your throat, pooling in your belly. It's like swallowing bedtime. And if posset wasn't your style, there were other options. Aliberry, a concoction of ale heated with sugar and spiced toast, was another popular choice. Medieval nutritionists, yes, they existed, and yes, they were mostly guessing, believed that food with warm, moist qualities encouraged sleep. So cold meat or fish? Bad idea. Warm milk, mulled wine, or porridge? Sleepy gold. Herbs played a role, too. A sprinkle of poppy seeds might find its way into your nightcap or cake. Just a touch. Mind you, enough to soothe, not to send you spiraling into the dream world of saints and dragons. Other go-to remedies included valerian root, hops, and lavender, often bundled into little sachets or brewed into tonics. The idea of putting lavender under your pillow isn't new. It's very, very old. Historians still debate the actual effectiveness of these mixtures. Were they truly sedatives, or just comforting rituals that tricked the mind into unwinding? Probably both. After all, a mug of anything warm will start the slow descent into drowsiness, especially when the rest of your life involves plowing fields or turning wool with your bare hands. And for those dealing with chronic insomnia, yes, even then, there were more intense options. Some medical texts from the Middle Ages recommend tinctures made from mandrake root or henbane, both highly potent and slightly terrifying herbs that could sedate a small horse. Use too much, and you might not wake up at all. Use just a touch, and you might just drift off while having a very weird dream about a knight with 3 heads. In wealthier homes, servants might be sent to prepare these concoctions on request. In humbler cottages, it was more DIY. You knew your grandmother's recipe for sleep bread, or the precise way to warm the milk without scorching the pan. And sometimes, it wasn't about food at all. It was about the act of preparing something. Ritual as medicine. The slow stir of a spoon, the careful folding of herbs, the scent of clove rising like steam. It all said, the day is done. Of course, not everyone could afford these luxuries. The poor did what they could. A crust of bread dipped in broth, a stolen apple, or just water, if that's all the cupboard offered. But even then, the body knew how to wind down after a hard day's work. And sometimes, the best sedative was sheer, bone-deep exhaustion. Still, some folks added an extra layer of protection before bed, not just for the body, but for the spirit. It wasn't unusual to whisper a bedtime prayer, especially in regions where Christianity reigned. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, bless the bed that I lie on. The words varied, but the intent was clear. Ward off bad dreams, restless spirits, or nighttime visitations by creatures best left unmentioned. Some people traced crosses on their pillows with holy water. Others placed iron nails or sprigs of protective herbs around their beds to fend off demons or elves. Yes, elves. Medieval folk didn't separate folklore from medicine. If you slept poorly, maybe you weren't cursed with anxiety. Maybe an elf sat on your chest. Obvious, really. There's even a curious tradition in some parts of Europe of placing a knife under the mattress, point facing outward, to ward off witches, because nothing says good night like a concealed blade under your bed. And yet, as strange as some of these customs seem, they all aimed at the same thing: peace, quiet, safe, uninterrupted sleep in a world full of unknowns, whether through food, herb, prayer, or charm. Bedtime became a protected space, one you crafted every evening like a fragile little spell. You take another imaginary sip of warm, spiced milk. Your limbs feel heavy, your mind soft. The candle flickers low, almost out. Someone nearby lets out a slow sigh, then shifts deeper into their bedroll. The room smells faintly of nutmeg, wool, and wax. All the sharp edges of the day are gone, smoothed by ritual and repetition. And tonight, just like every other night, the darkness wraps you gently. You feel safe. You feel full. You feel sleepy. You wake again. Not fully, not sharply, but in that soft-edged way, where your eyes stay closed, and your body takes a long, deep breath. There's a sound outside. Maybe a distant bell. Maybe a rooster being overly ambitious. Either way, the day hasn't begun. Not yet. And you're not in a rush. Because your sleep, like everything in your world, is shaped by your daily rhythm. And that rhythm is nothing like the modern 9-to-5 grind. In the medieval world, your sleep schedule depended on who you were and what you did. A nun? You're probably up for midnight prayers. A blacksmith? You might start your day before dawn to catch early customers. A peasant? You rise with the sun. If the chickens don't wake you first and crash not long after it sets. Let's step into the routine of the monastic life for a moment. You lie in a small, cell-like room on a straw mattress thinner than humility itself. Your eyes snap open to the ring of the bell for matins, the first prayer of the day, usually around 2 or 3 a.m. The room is cold, the stone floor colder, but you pull on your robe and head to the chapel anyway. Matins is dark, slow, meditative. You chant psalms in the candlelight, half asleep and half divine. Then, just as quietly, you return to bed for a second sleep before rising again at dawn. Monks and nuns built their sleep around devotion, not comfort. It wasn't about 8 hours. It was about obedience. Now hop into the straw sandals of a peasant farmer. You don't have a bell schedule, but you've got something better. Sunlight. You rise with the first glow on the thatch, maybe around 5 a.m. in summer, a bit later in winter. There's no alarm, no snooze button, just a body attuned to natural light and exhaustion. You eat a bit of bread, maybe some leftover stew, and then you're off, tending animals, work in the fields, fixing whatever broke yesterday. Your body carries the memory of labor, and when the sun drops, so do you. Your day's final hours are soft. Dinner, firelight, a few muttered jokes or prayers, and then straight to sleep. Historians still argue whether medieval people slept more or less than we do today. Records suggest they may have gotten as much as 9 or 10 hours, especially in winter when nights were long. But they didn't always come in one stretch. Between segmented sleep, early waking for work or prayer, and dozing during the day, sleep was modular. And speaking of day naps, yes, they happened, especially during harvest or summer, when the heat made mid-afternoon labor unbearable. A nap in the hayloft, doctor's orders, even sermons warned against sloth. But everyone knew that a nap under the eaves could save your energy, and maybe your back. If you were an artisan in a city, like a shoemaker or scribe, your day was ruled by light. You couldn't work by candle forever. It was too expensive and hard on the eyes. So your workday followed the sun, and your sleep followed exhaustion. And what about the wealthy elite? Lords, ladies, even royalty? Well, they had more flexible schedules, but not necessarily better sleep. They often stayed up later, entertaining guests, planning estates, writing long letters no one wanted to read. They might sleep in, but not luxuriously. Court life was loud, full of people, and hard to escape. Plus, their beds were shared with advisors, servants, or even visiting dignitaries, depending on the day. There's something ironic about it. The more important you were, the less peacefully you slept. Peasants, with their straw beds and aching limbs, often slept harder and longer than nobles fretting about diplomacy. And there's a kind of beauty in that rhythm. You weren't chasing productivity hacks or optimizing REM cycles. You were living by sun and season. Your body knew when to sleep and when to rise, without needing to be told. There were even dozing hours in the church calendar, times when priests knew congregants might nod off. Afternoon sermons, especially in summer, were notorious for testing the limits of eyelid endurance. Preachers sometimes snapped their fingers, banged lecterns, or shouted verses just to keep sleepy farmers upright in the pews. And still, it was accepted. Not a moral failing, just a fact of life. Sometimes, when night came early and the cold settled into every stone, you might retire right after supper. Maybe 6 p.m., maybe earlier. A full stomach, a tired body, and nothing else to do. It's the perfect recipe, and no one would question it. You didn't need blackout curtains. You didn't need melatonin or meditation apps. You had routine, and that routine was built into the fabric of the day. It told your mind, your muscles, and your spirit, rest now. You've earned it. You shift in your straw bed, feeling its soft unevenness press against you like a whisper from the past. Somewhere outside, you hear the first cock crow. Not urgent, not yet, but it's there. A signal that the second sleep is winding down. You don't need to leap up. You don't need to rush. The rhythm is gentle. The day will come soon. But for now, your eyes close again, and you drift a little deeper. You wake with a start, not from noise, but from air. Cold air. It slithers across your face, tickling your nose, nipping at the tips of your ears. You blink, peeking over the edge of your blanket. The fire's gone out. The last embers vanish sometime during your second sleep, and the room has surrendered completely to the chill. This, you realize, is what it means to sleep with a view and a draft. You glance up at the wooden shutters meant to guard the window. Window, in this case, is generous. It's a square hole in the wall, covered with wooden panels that close. Kind of. Gaps peek through. One slat tilts ever so slightly, letting in the faintest trickle of pre-dawn light, and the wind with it. You're not alone in this. Most medieval homes had windows, but few had glass. If you were lucky, and very rich, you might have tiny panes made from horn or expensive imported glass. But for most people, you had shutters. And those shutters had one job, sort of keeping the weather out. They were clunky, ill-fitting, and let in everything from cold air to rain to wandering insects with dreams of warmth. But they also let in light. So if you needed to wake up naturally, a crooked shutter was your best alarm clock. You rub your arms under the covers, deciding whether you're brave enough to get up yet. Probably not. So you sink deeper, letting your mind wander. It's strange, isn't it? Sleeping in a room so open to the elements. You can hear the wind brushing the outside walls, maybe even feel it whistling between the floorboards or through the thatch above. There's no seal, no bubble. You're inside, but barely. And yet, somehow, you feel safe. The house groans and shifts around you like a ship in the dark, but you're warm beneath your mountain of wool and fur and linen. The medieval bed, for all its lumps, knows how to hold you. Historians still argue how effective medieval homes were at keeping out the elements. Some say the insulation was so poor that indoor temperatures barely rose above freezing in winter. Others point to clever use of materials, wattle and daub, straw roofs, layered rushes on the floor, as surprisingly effective at conserving heat. The truth is probably somewhere in between. What we know for sure is that people slept close to nature. You could hear the weather, smell it. The air inside your house changed with the seasons. In summer, it carried the scent of ripe fruit and hot earth. In winter, It smelled of wood smoke, damp wool, and ice. And sometimes, when the moon was full and the clouds stayed away, you could lie in bed and see stars through the cracks in your roof. Not metaphorically, literally. Some homes had holes in the thatch, whether by design or wear, and the light from the night sky would drift in like quiet company. Imagine falling asleep while watching constellations slowly wheel above you. No telescope, no city glow, just you and the sky. Of course, this kind of rustic sleep had its hazards. Rain might drip through. Snow might find its way in during a storm. Birds nesting in the rafters might decide to express their opinions on your bedding arrangements. There's even a famous medieval anecdote about a farmer who kept waking up soaked, not from bad dreams, but because a weasel had chewed a hole in his roof and rainwater dripped straight onto his face. Still, people adapted. You might hang cloth over the shutter gaps, place rush mats against the wind, stuff spare wool or straw into the corners to keep the worst of the cold at bay. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. And sometimes, when the air wasn't frigid, you'd keep a shutter open on purpose. Let in the breeze. Let the moonlight spill across the floor. Let the sound of crickets lull you to sleep. In that way, the medieval bedroom wasn't so much a fortress as a threshold, half in, half out of the world. And that blurred line between inside and out meant you were more in tune with the natural cues of day and night. No blackout curtains, no buzzing light bulbs, just the slow brightening of the sky, the shift of color from ink black to smoky blue, to soft gold as dawn finally arrives. You glance again toward the shutter. That sliver of light is wider now. You hear a rooster, closer this time, doing its level best to be helpful. Someone nearby shifts in their bed. The room, cold and dim, begins to stir. You stretch under the covers, savoring these last moments of warmth. Your breath puffs visibly into the air. You run a hand along the wall beside your bed, feeling the roughness of timber, the coolness of stone. No, it's not luxurious, not perfect. But in this blend of earth and air and linen, there's something real, something timeless. This is sleep with a view of the stars, of the moon, of your own breath catching the dawn. You close your eyes once more, just for a moment longer. You shift again, sleep teasing your edges, but there's no denying it now. Something just moved under the bed. You freeze, listening. A soft scurry, then silence, then another shuffle. The roommates. Because in the medieval world, you don't sleep alone. Not just figuratively, literally. Your bed is a crowded, lively little ecosystem of humans, animals, insects, and the occasional uninvited guest. Welcome to the most communal version of bedtime you've ever experienced. Let's start with the obvious. Other people. Privacy was not a thing. If you lived in a cottage or longhouse, chances are you shared your sleeping space with your entire household. Parents, siblings, grandparents, kids, apprentices, sometimes neighbors, and maybe even a visiting tinker who couldn't find his donkey after sunset. You'd think this would be uncomfortable. And sure, sometimes it was, but it was also normal. People saw sleep as a shared activity. Beds were expensive, and space was limited, so you made do. You curled up with whoever was near, back to back for warmth, toes tucked behind knees, shoulders bumping beneath woolen blankets. Historians still argue whether these arrangements were always by necessity or partly by choice. After all, in a world where the nights got really cold, body heat wasn't just companionship, it was survival. And speaking of warm bodies, let's talk about the other bedmates. Animals. Dogs were common, loyal, snuggly, and very willing to curl up at the foot of the bed, or even on top of your legs. In some homes, cats prowled across rafters and blanket edges, purring like sleepy goblins and occasionally knocking over your only candle just for fun. But it gets more interesting. In rural homes, especially in winter, it wasn't unusual for smaller livestock to sleep inside. Chickens might be brought in and housed near the fire to protect them from foxes or frost. You might even share a wall or a floor with a goat, piglet, or calf. You haven't truly lived until you've tried to fall asleep while a sheep breathes loudly in the corner and eyes your blanket like it's edible. But the real night companions? The tiny ones. You scratch your ankle. Again and again. Because of course, there are fleas. They're everywhere. In your straw mattress, your cloak, your bed linens. It's not your fault. Bathing is occasional. Laundry, even more so. And fleas are simply part of the package. People even wrote little poems to them, some bitter, some strangely affectionate. You might say, well, just get rid of the straw. But the straw is your mattress. Replace it too often, and you're wasting a precious resource. Leave it too long, and it becomes a tiny kingdom for the itching aristocracy. Lice, bed bugs, and mites also make appearances. Some people burned herbs to repel them. Others slept with netting over their faces or rubbed garlic and vinegar onto their skin as deterrents. And some just lived with it, shrugged, scratched, slept anyway. It sounds unpleasant, and it was, but it also meant that your standards for comfort were different. Fleas didn't keep you up unless they were staging a full-on parade. And since everyone else had them too, there was no shame, just mutual understanding and occasional scratching contests. One particularly quirky medieval remedy for fleas involved sleeping with a bundle of mint and marjoram under your pillow. Not because it worked, just because it made the biting smell nicer. And then there were the unseen companions, spirits, demons, fairies. If you believed the superstitions, and many did, your bed might be visited by more than just household creatures. Nightmares weren't just dreams. They were real. Beings that sat on your chest, whispered in your ears, or tangled your hair. To protect against these, people slept with iron under their pillows, or said prayers, or placed charms made of herbs and ash around the room. A tiny broom beside the bed was believed to confuse malevolent spirits. They'd be forced to count the bristles before attacking and would get bored halfway through. Sleepy math as self-defense. You stir, half dreaming, and feel someone's foot brush yours. Maybe a sibling, maybe a spouse, maybe the cat. You can't tell. It's warm. It stays. This closeness, this unavoidable physical reality of medieval sleep, can feel claustrophobic, but it also feels safe. The darkness might hold unknowns, but here, under this roof, you're not alone. You're surrounded. You hear soft breathing. A child murmurs in a dream. Someone snores gently, rhythmically. The chicken? Silent now, perhaps even asleep. its beady little eyes closed in feathery calm. The room is alive in the way a forest is alive at night. Not noisy, not quiet, just breathing. Insects click. Wooden beams shift with temperature. A mouse scampers somewhere behind the cupboard. And you, curled up in a pile of human and animal warmth, beneath a canopy of sleep. Let go of the modern idea of solitude. There's no room for it here. What there is, abundantly, is presence. You scratch once more, sigh, and smile. Then, blanket pulled tight, you close your eyes. Let the mice tiptoe. Let the fleas dance. This is your nest, and the night is long. It starts as a flicker, faint, strange, and not quite real. You're dreaming. You know you're dreaming, because you're somewhere else. The room is the same, but the people are different. Or maybe they aren't people at all. Maybe they're glowing. Welcome to the mysterious, swirling, often absurd realm of medieval dreams and night visions, where sleep wasn't a passive experience, but an event, a journey, sometimes even a divine appointment. In the medieval mindset, dreams weren't random. They were messages, symbols, sometimes a test. A vision in sleep could be a warning from God, a nudge from a saint, or a whisper from the devil himself. You, lying on your straw mattress, wrapped in wool and riddles, might wake up and wonder, was that just a dream, or was it something else? Take a common dream. You're flying, maybe over the sea. In the 21st century, you'd call that a subconscious metaphor. In the 14th century, it might mean your soul left your body during sleep. Not scary, just routine. Souls were believed to wander, and if yours didn't, well, maybe you weren't praying hard enough. You shift under the covers. The last wisps of your dream still clinging to your brain like morning fog. Maybe you saw a dog speak in Latin. Maybe a fish offered you a crown. It could mean something important, or just that you shouldn't have eaten that questionable goat cheese before bed. There were dream interpreters, of course, not TikTok tarot girls, but full-blown theologians and scholars. Books like the Somnial Daniellus were wildly popular, essentially medieval dream dictionaries. Dream about bread? Good luck. Dream about falling? Spiritual danger? Dream about geese? Honestly, unclear, but probably worth a confession just in case. Historians still debate how seriously people took these dream books. Some say they were just entertainment. Others argue they were genuine guides, consulted before big decisions, like marriage, travel, or planting turnips. And then there were nightmares, and here, things got more complicated. A bad dream in the medieval world might not be just a bad night. It could be a sign of demonic interference. Sleep was a vulnerable state. Your body was still, your senses dulled, your soul potentially drifting. That made you open to spiritual attack. There's even a word for this: incubus, a demon that pressed down on your chest while you slept, causing paralysis, fear, and hallucination. Today, we'd call it sleep paralysis. Back then, proof that something sinister had visited your bed to ward off such terrors. People slept with protective charms, crosses under pillows, psalm verses carved onto wooden beads. Some wore amulets around their necks, even to bed, especially to bed. But even good dreams could be unsettling. A saint appears and says something cryptic. A dead relative drops by with silent, stern eyes. You'd wake, stare into the rafters, and feel a pull between this world and another. Sometimes you'd dream of future events, or believe you had. In one famous account, a farmer in England dreamed of a great storm, woke panicked, and moved his livestock to higher ground. 2 days later, the river flooded. Coincidence? Divine mercy? Or just a very good guess? Of course, not all dreams were spiritual. Some were deeply mundane. People dreamt about cheese, missed opportunities to buy candles, or unresolved arguments with their neighbors. You can imagine a medieval husband waking and muttering, "No, Agnes, I did fix the fence," while his wife blinks at him in the dark. One fringe belief held that where you slept affected your dreams. Beds too close to the door invited restless spirits. Sleeping near iron tools could cause violent dreams, and certain herbs, like mugwort or vervain, were believed to encourage prophetic dreams if placed under your pillow. Tonight, you remember yours only in fragments: a forest, a fire, a familiar face turned slightly wrong. It was vivid, but already slipping away. You try to hold on to it, but it melts like morning frost. You open your eyes for a moment and stare at the ceiling. The beams above blackened with soot, the faint movement of moonlight dancing through shutter cracks. The dream fades. The cold returns, but the feeling stays. There's a kind of drowsy power in this in-between space. You're not fully awake, not fully gone. And in the medieval world, this is where the lines between real and not real got blurry, where dreams shaped choices, justified fears, and even helped solve crimes. Yes, really. In some trial records, dream testimony was presented in court. A man dreamed his stolen boots were buried under a pear tree. They checked. They were case closed. Is it real? Is it a trick? Or is it just that sleeping in a room with rats, chickens, fleas, questionable dairy, and no indoor plumbing does something weird to the mind? Whatever the case, your dream has passed, leaving only a lingering hum behind your ribs. You pull the blanket up to your chin again, tucking the edge around your shoulders like armor. Outside, the wind murmurs. Inside, the silence settles. And maybe, just maybe, that strange dream will return, curled in the corner of your second sleep, waiting. Someone stirs beside you. It's dark, warm, and still. But you feel the subtle shift of weight on the bed, fabric rustling, a soft sigh, the unmistakable whisper of someone turning toward you. No, this isn't the start of a scandalous romance novel. This is medieval pillow talk, and it's far more curious, practical, and occasionally political than you might expect. You see, in a world without living rooms, dens, phones, or private offices, the bed was the most intimate, secretive, and strategic place to speak your mind. Not just for lovers, though yes, them too, but for spouses, siblings, servants, and even temporary bedfellows with whom you might share a mattress out of necessity. Picture this: 2 people lying shoulder to shoulder under a heavy wool blanket, eyes fixed on the rafters, whispering about taxes, or crop yields, or how suspiciously that merchant in town has been acting. Maybe someone snuck out after dark last night. Maybe the Baron is sending new soldiers. Maybe your youngest child has been speaking to the neighbor's goose again and calling it your grace. In the quiet privacy of bed, things were said that wouldn't dare cross anyone's lips in daylight. Gossip, confessions, jokes not fit for the table. It's all fair game once the shutters are closed and the fire has dimmed. Historians still debate whether bed sharing strengthened these conversational bonds or made them awkward. On the one hand, proximity encourages closeness, quite literally. On the other, there's nowhere to go if your co-sleeper brings up an uncomfortable topic. You can't just roll off a straw tick and storm into your private meditation chamber. You're stuck with the itchy blanket and the blunt truth. Even royalty wasn't immune. In fact, royal beds were often more public than private. Courtiers, attendants, and advisors might be present during dressing and undressing. But when the curtains were drawn, that's when the real conversations happened. There's an entire tradition of kings and queens consulting their closest confidants in bed. Not in some scandalous affair, but because the bedchamber was the only place they could speak without interruption. Behind those velvet drapes, treaties were debated, strategies whispered, and suspicions aired. One French queen was known for calling council meetings from her bed. Wrapped in furs, sipping broth, she'd discuss political marriages and territorial disputes, while half the court stood awkwardly at the foot of her mattress. And for the common folk, the same rules applied on a smaller scale. You might talk with your spouse about what to plant next season, or how the priest's sermon got oddly specific about coveting neighbors' oxen, or whether you can trust the new miller, the one with the strangely smooth hands for someone who supposedly lifts sacks of grain all day. The bed became the quiet zone of medieval domestic life, a place for secrets, speculations, even small plans. Sometimes a whispered complaint, sometimes a memory shared from years past, sometimes a confession. I dropped the last of the onions into the stew pot when no one was looking. It was me, and of course, for couples. The bed was also the space for intimacy, not just physically, but emotionally. With the distractions of the day behind you, the candle burned low, and all you had left was time and closeness. But it wasn't always romantic. Imagine you're sleeping head to toe with your older brother because there's only one bed. You've both been out in the fields all day, sore, sunburned, and very much not in the mood for deep conversation. Still, he turns and asks, "Did you hear about the new tax?" You groan. "It's the middle of the night. I'm just saying, if they raise it again, we might lose the pig." And there it is, a practical, frustrating, shared problem, whispered under a shared roof. Even children weren't excluded. Families often slept close together, and bedtime became a moment of oral tradition. Parents would tell stories, saints' lives, local legends, or terrifying moral parables that somehow always ended with someone being punished for stealing cheese. These bedtime tales weren't just entertainment. They were lessons, stitched into the fabric of family life. A child might grow up hearing the same story of a dreaming bishop or a magical rooster every night until it became part of their identity. And what about humor? Yes, medieval people joked in bed. In fact, some of the oldest surviving jokes in English involve nighttime mishaps, awkward bed sharing, or barnyard interruptions. Because nothing gets people giggling like a good fart under a shared blanket. One well-known tale from a medieval joke book features a friar trying to sleep next to a particularly noisy novice. After a few minutes of relentless snoring, the friar mutters, "If you don't stop, I'll exercise your nose." harsh, effective. So tonight, you lie back, listening to the breathing of the person beside you. Maybe it's your partner. Maybe it's your sibling. Maybe it's your apprentice who somehow managed to take up 3/4 of the bed despite being 5 feet tall and 14 years old. There's a kind of peace in it. You could speak or not. You could ask something silly or say nothing at all. The bed welcomes all of it. You smile faintly. Maybe you whisper something just to see if they're awake. They are. They mutter something about goose dreams and roll over. And just like that, the night continues. The straw rustles beneath you as you drift once more. Not into sleep this time, but into thought. Curious, wandering thought. What did other people dream of? Far beyond your village, beyond your language, beyond the stone walls and soot-darkened ceilings. Because not all of medieval sleep took place in drafty thatched cottages in northern Europe. Tonight, as your mind floats on the edge of sleep, we travel, not just through time, but through place. Because while sleep is universal, how people sleep is not. Let's start where the desert meets the stars, medieval North Africa and the Islamic world, where nighttime was an art in cities like Fez, Damascus, or Baghdad. Nights could be warm, even stifling, and people adapted accordingly. Many homes had flat rooftops or open-air courtyards where families laid out woven mats or low wooden platforms for sleeping under the stars. The roof was the bedroom. And instead of fighting the heat, they embraced the night's breeze. Picture lying beneath the stars, surrounded by soft cushions, the scent of date palms and jasmine drifting on the wind. You're still in the Middle Ages, but the night feels entirely different. Sleep schedules there were more fluid, too. In warm climates, people might take long siestas in the heat of the afternoon and go to bed later, especially during the summer months. Night was quieter, cooler, and better suited to prayer, conversation, or even study. Scholars in medieval Cairo were known to read or write deep into the night, candlelight dancing off parchment as others around them slept. In China, particularly during the Tang and Song dynasties, the sleeping chamber reflected both comfort and philosophy. Beds were often elaborate wooden platforms with raised edges and silken pillows. Less curl into a nest and more recline like a scholar. Many people slept in wooden alcoves or curtained sleeping platforms to conserve warmth in winter, often heated from beneath with a brazier. And while the room itself might be unadorned, the bed was central, both literally and symbolically. It was a place for sleep, yes, but also for ancestral rituals, childbirth, reading, and quiet reflection. It was as multifunctional as it was revered. You roll slightly in your own bed, as if imagining the cool touch of lacquered wood beneath your fingers, or the embroidered dragons on a distant silk pillowcase. In rural Chinese households, beds were often warmed with brick platforms called kangs, with fires built underneath. The whole family might sleep on one giant kang, which doubled as a living space by day. You'd stoke the fire at dusk, feel the bricks grow toasty beneath your mat, and settle into shared warmth. Historians still argue whether medieval sleep across cultures followed similar patterns, segmented, communal, quiet, or if certain environments naturally led to different rhythms. There's growing consensus that while the need for sleep is universal, the way people arranged it around their culture, climate, and beliefs was beautifully diverse. In West Africa, oral tradition took center stage before sleep. In some communities, children gathered around griots, oral historians, who told stories that stretched back generations. These weren't just tales of ancestors and spirits, but rhythmic, interactive performances. The story itself was a lullaby, drawing listeners deeper into shared memory and, eventually, dreams. Imagine lying beneath a canopy of stars, hearing the story of a clever spider who outwitted a lion, or a trickster who turned night into day with a drumbeat. By the time the tale ended, your mind had already slipped sideways into the world of dreams. Elsewhere, in medieval Japan, sleep was often about balance and modesty. People slept on tatami mats, thin but firm, with straw or silk-filled pillows and minimal bedding. Especially among monks and those who valued simplicity, entire monasteries were organized around sleep as a form of discipline. Fixed bedtimes, minimal comfort, strict silence. But in cities like Kyoto or Nara, nobility slept more lavishly, with futon-like bedding, screens for privacy, and even nightclothes dyed in soft, plant-based hues. You'd change out of your day robes, cleanse your face, and roll yourself up like a scroll into a sleeping position of perfect symmetry. Even rest was an extension of elegance. And then there's Polynesia, where the boundaries between sleep, story, and sea breezes blurred. In island cultures, people slept communally in open-air huts or under thatched canopies, with mats woven from pandanus leaves. The ocean's voice was the constant lullaby, waves breaking, wind weaving through palm fronds. There was no need to shut out the world. Sleep simply joined it. One voyager in the 13th century wrote of islanders sleeping entirely outdoors, saying they were watched over by the stars, whose light seemed woven into their dreams. Whether true or romanticized, the image lingers. And it makes you wonder, what would it be like to sleep not apart from nature, but within it? You return to your own straw tick, your woolen blanket, your medieval drafty walls, but now you feel linked, somehow, to all those others. The mat on the rooftop, the heated Kong beneath a family's feet, the prayer murmured into night air in Damascus, the story sung in rhythm with the tide. Your bed, for all its scratchy simplicity, is part of a much larger quilt, a global tradition of finding rest, of shaping night into something safe, soft, and meaningful. And so, wherever you are, curled on your side, or sprawled like a starfish, or carefully arranged like a monk, know that tonight you sleep in the company of 1,000 cultures. You've barely opened your eyes when you hear it, the dreaded morning bell. A low, resonant clang rolling across the rooftops like a slow tidal wave of obligation. It's not quite dawn yet. There's only a thread of pale light in the sky. But the bell doesn't care. The bell has a moral agenda, and it wants you up. Because here in the medieval world, sleep isn't just physical, it's spiritual. And according to the church, too much of it is, well, sinful, sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins, right there beside wrath, pride, and envy. Just sleeping in a little too long could land you in the same moral category as someone committing full-blown heresy. And unlike wrath, sloth didn't require much effort, just warmth, comfort, and the refusal to get out of bed when the rooster shouted your name. You pull the blanket a little higher. Maybe they won't notice if you pretend to be asleep. But the pressure's real. In sermons and scriptures, sleep is often compared to death, a waste of time, a temptation of the flesh. The early riser is praised, the dozer shamed. And it's not just spiritual talk. Priests meant business. Many churches rang bells for morning prayers, beginning at lauds, which usually hit around 5 or 6 a.m., sometimes earlier. In monastic communities, you might be expected to wake long before the sun to sing praise while your body begs for 5 more minutes. And if you didn't show up, someone noticed. Someone always noticed. Historians still debate how strictly these wake-up routines were enforced. Did everyone really get up for every lauds bell? Or did a few clever monks perfect the art of sleeping with intent? Eyes closed, lips moving, brain absolutely still? We'll never know for sure, but we can dream, or pretend to. In towns and cities, even if you weren't part of the clergy, you felt the pressure. Guilds opened early. Markets started with sunrise. Bakers had to light their ovens while the stars were still out. And don't even get started on millers. They were practically nocturnal. There are records of people being publicly shamed for sleeping late. Literal punishments. One town in Germany allegedly had a sluggard's bell, rung by the town crier if someone was found still abed after sunrise. Was it true? Hard to say. But the fear? Very real. Even literature got in on the guilt game. There's an old proverb from the 14th century. The devil finds work for idle hands, and slumber invites sin. Harsh, but effective. You'd lie in bed and feel watched. By saints, by your neighbor, by that one judgmental goose from down the lane. And it wasn't just about laziness. Sleep was also seen as a battleground between body and soul. Too much indulgence, and you were surrendering to the flesh. Too little, and you risked madness. The ideal, a righteous, disciplined sleep, enough to restore you, but never to spoil you. So people built rules and rituals around waking. Monks chanted themselves into alertness. Peasants rolled straight into chores. Nobles read short devotionals or recited morning prayers while still under the covers, hedging their bets, spiritually speaking. There's even a curious tradition from some monastic orders. If you fell asleep during morning prayers, you had to do penance, like literal laps around the cloister. Imagine dozing off for 10 seconds and getting a full cardio session as punishment. Suddenly, coffee doesn't sound so bad. In households across Europe, parents pass down a simple warning: God sees you when you slumber too long. A divine version of the modern rise and grind mantra. And for those who really wanted motivation, a healthy dose of fear. Dreams were gateways. Demons roamed the sleepy mind, and too much time in bed left the soul vulnerable. Of course, not everyone played by the rules. There are cheeky records of people staging illness to avoid church, hiding under blankets while their families trotted off to hear sermons. One young scribe claimed to have a fever of the spirit, which conveniently kept him bedridden on fast days, but recovered miraculously for feast days. And there were rebels, quiet ones, who simply slept in when they could, who missed the bell, who chose dreams over duties, softness over sanctity, not because they were evil, just tired. You, lying in bed now, feel that tension. The pull between the moral pressure to rise and the sweet, sleepy gravity of your warm, shared blanket. The dawn has not yet broken fully, and already the world demands your energy. But here's the twist. Despite all the sermons, all the scolding, all the anxious bells, people still found moments to rest. Naps in the hay, slow mornings after feast days, lingerings in bed when the cold was just too sharp and the blanket too perfect. Even the church, for all its rigidity, eventually softened. Some theologians began to speak of holy sleep, rest that was necessary, even sacred, after all. Christ himself slept in a boat during a storm. Surely you could sleep through the Lauds bell once in a while. You smile into your straw pillow. Maybe you'll rise soon. Or maybe you'll lie here a little longer, letting the bell ring itself out, waiting until the guilt softens into a gentle nudge. Because sleep may be a battleground, but you've already won one small victory. A few more minutes of warmth, of silence, of peace. And in the medieval world, that's a blessing all its own. You don't remember exactly what woke you. Maybe it was a clang. Maybe it was a hoofbeat. Or maybe it was that farmer, 2 doors down, the one who snores like a trebuchet being winched back. Whatever it was, you're up. Again. And this time, you're not alone. Because here's the truth about medieval sleep. It was rarely uninterrupted, even on the coziest, most well-fed nights. Your journey to dawn could be dotted with bells, beasts, bodily functions, and bedfellows who had no sense of personal space. And each interruption, a little medieval mini-adventure. Let's start with the bells. Yes, we've talked about church bells waking you for prayer, but those weren't the only ones. In many towns, watchmen rang bells to mark each hour, or to signal danger, or to announce the passing of someone important. And bells don't exactly whisper. Some households had private bells, too. Clappers hung by the bed to call servants, or small handbells to signal visitors after hours. These might jingle unexpectedly in large homes, startling everyone into a half-conscious game of, was that the wind? Or do we need to arm ourselves with candlesticks? You lie back down and try to sleep again. But now, the animals start. The pig snorts. The goat bleats. The chickens shuffle restlessly. Somewhere, a cow lowing in its sleep hits a note so soulful it would make a bard weep. If you're in a city, you might even hear the clatter of carts rolling down cobbled streets as traders prepare for morning market well before sunrise. And then there's people, someone near you coughs. Someone else whispers in their sleep. Maybe it's a prayer. Maybe it's nonsense about dancing squirrels. You'll never know. Communal sleeping means you share dreams and interruptions. Oh, and you're not exactly getting up to go to the toilet quietly. Either medieval bathrooms, as you've probably guessed, were not en suite. If you're lucky, there's a chamber pot in the corner, half covered with a cloth and emitting a vague vinegar aroma. You get up quietly, shuffle toward it, do your business with the delicacy of a trained ninja, and return to bed hoping you didn't step on the cat. If you're less lucky, you'll need to go outside, into the cold, down to the outhouse, or worse, the woods. Let's just say that early morning frostbite in sensitive regions was a real and terrifying possibility. Some folks used night stools, a fancy name for a glorified bucket with a wooden lid. But even that came with its risks. Tip it over. And congratulations, Your house now smells like penance. Historians still debate how seriously people took these interruptions. Did they grumble, groan, or simply accept them as part of the night's rhythm? Evidence suggests the latter. Medieval life was unpredictable by day and even less stable by night. So being woken up 3 times before dawn didn't mark a bad night. It marked a normal one. There's even evidence that interruptions were scheduled. In some noble households, servants entered during the night to adjust fires, check on children, or deliver warm drinks to high-status sleepers. Imagine dozing off, only to wake up and find someone silently adding a log to your fireplace. Comforting? Maybe. Creepy? Absolutely. And if your house was near a town wall, you might hear the calls of guards, checking in with one another. All's well, shouted every hour, which is reassuring. The first 2 times, even natural events got involved. A storm could rattle the shutters. A wind could scream through the thatch. And once in a while, a wandering drunk might accidentally collapse outside your door. Muttering medieval poetry into the dirt, you turn over, trying to block out the chaos. But now someone in the bed has stolen the blanket. Again, you tug gently. They grunt. You tug harder. The blanket relents, just enough to cover your knees. And you settle into a new, chilly position that might be part fetal curl, part disgruntled starfish. Still, despite it all, you find a kind of rhythm. These interruptions don't ruin your sleep. They become part of it, like rocks in a stream. They don't stop the water. They just shape its flow, and in some strange way, they help. Each interruption gives your body a chance to shift, your mind a chance to reset. You're not trapped in some REM prison. You float in and out, awake enough to mumble a joke, then gone again before the punchline lands. There's even something soothing about it. The world is moving around you, and yet your body remains anchored in place. The bells ring, the pigs grunt, the neighbor coughs out the opening line of a song and forgets the rest. You close your eyes. You breathe. You adjust the blanket one last time. And though your night has been a patchwork of sounds, nudges, breezes, and barnyard ballads, you're somehow still resting, not in spite of the interruptions, but through them. Because in the medieval world, peace isn't silence. It's surviving the chaos and still managing to sleep through most of it. Morning slips in gently, like mist over a field. You feel it before you see it. The soft shift in the air. The way the light through the crooked shutters changes from silver to something warmer, like melted butter. Your body knows before your brain does. The long journey through segmented sleep, midnight musings, and snoring goats has come to its natural end. You stretch, feeling the straw rustle beneath you, the pull of stiff limbs and tangled woolen blankets. You didn't sleep perfectly. You didn't sleep privately. But you slept. And here's the strangest part. You feel good. Not just physically, though that's part of it. The warmth lingering in your chest, the way your spine slowly unwinds as you sit up, the surprising lack of ache in your neck despite the pillow being, technically, a bag of ancient feathers held together by stubborn optimism. No, you feel good in a deep, structural way, like your soul has been kneaded gently by time itself. Your thoughts are slow, quiet. You don't want to check anything. You don't want to race into the day. You just want to sit here, wrapped in your cloak, with the taste of dreams still soft on your tongue. Because, and this might surprise you, medieval people might have actually slept better than we do now. Let's review, shall we? You had no blue light, no pings, no notifications. Your room was dark, truly dark, the kind of darkness you can't get in the modern world without blackout curtains and 5 arguments with your electrician. You followed the rhythms of the sun, your body gradually winding down with the fading light, not jolted from task to task until midnight. And when you woke in the middle of the night, because segmented sleep is natural, you didn't panic or reach for your phone. You just existed, talked softly, thought a while, drank warm spiced milk, and then returned to sleep like it was the most normal thing in the world. You shared space. You shared warmth. Sure. Someone stole the blanket. Sure. There were fleas. But you weren't alone. You had company. People to murmur to. Breathing to sink your own to. And yes, maybe a sheep in the corner judging you silently. But that's still better than anxiety at 3 a.m. Historians still argue about the quality of medieval sleep, whether these patterns were healthier or just different. But modern science is catching up. Evidence shows that natural light cycles, lowered nighttime stimulation, and communal sleep all contribute to more restorative, balanced rest. We've traded wool and whispers for memory foam and isolation. And maybe we're more comfortable. But are we really more rested? In the medieval world, sleep wasn't a thing to be optimized. It wasn't tracked or biohacked or weighted with guilt. It just was. A part of life. Like rain. Like bread. You ate. You worked. You rested. Not because your Fitbit told you to, but because your body asked, and you listened. Even the little rituals. The fire being banked. The blanket being pulled up. The clumsy wrapping of a nightcap around your ears. Helped you slip from the burdens of the day into the gentle blankness of rest. And when you woke, you didn't scroll. You didn't sprint. You just sat there, letting your body return to itself. Maybe said a prayer. Maybe scratched a flea bite. Maybe laughed quietly at the dream you just had. Something about a singing wheelbarrow and a cow with a crown. You rise slowly, feet meeting the chill of the floor, the world outside your shutter beginning to glow. The bell hasn't rung yet. The rooster is considering it. The house is quiet, save for the creak of someone else stretching, and you realize that somehow, through the cold and the chaos, the interruptions and the itching, you've slept well. Maybe not in the modern sense, not flawlessly, but deeply, wholly, enough. You rub your eyes, wrap your cloak tighter, and step toward the shutter. The day will come. It always does. But for one more moment, you stay wrapped in the softness of the night behind you, grateful for the ancient rhythm that rocked you gently through the dark. So now, as your own eyes begin to flutter and your breath grows slow and steady, I invite you to imagine yourself slipping backward, not into history this time, but into that deep, quiet chamber of sleep. Feel the straw beneath you soften. The rough woolen blanket grows warm with your body's heat. Somewhere, the fire crackles low. The dog at your feet lets out a sleepy sigh. There is no urgency, no demands. The shutters are closed, and the world is far away. The air is still cool, but your blanket is heavy, comforting. You hear the occasional stir of a bedmate beside you, the familiar rhythm of their breathing. Even the snores feel like part of the tapestry now, woven into the hush of the room like a distant drumbeat. Let your body sink a little deeper. Let the tension in your shoulders slip down into the mattress, like a sack of grain finally laid to rest. Let your hands fall open. Let your jaw soften. Out beyond your walls, the moon still hangs high. Stars blink above rooftops, and the night, ancient, wise, and endlessly patient, keeps watch. No bells, no clocks, just the quiet promise that here, in this stillness, you are safe, you are whole, you are allowed to rest, sleep. When it comes, will come not like a thief, but like a friend, quietly stepping into the room, drawing the curtain, and sitting with you until your mind slips softly into dreams. So rest now. Breathe easy. Sleep well, friend. You've earned it. End of script. Sweet dreams. 15 medieval preservation methods that still work today. You run your fingers through the coarse, grainy salt. It's dry, white, a little rough on the skin, like sand, but sacred. Sacred not in the holy sense, though some might argue that too, but in the survival sense, because right now, as the late summer sun begins to slip behind the trees and the butchered meat lies fresh on the table, salt is the only thing standing between you and winter starvation. The air smells faintly of blood and wood smoke. A few flies buzz lazily near the open window, but even they know not to linger long, because the salt is coming. You scoop a handful and rub it into the meat. The surface changes beneath your fingers, becomes tighter, slightly darker, as if it understands what's happening. You don't have a refrigerator. You don't have plastic wrap. What you have is a wooden table, a heavy knife, and salt, more valuable than gold when the rivers freeze and nothing grows. You work slowly, methodically, rub it into every crevice, pack it along the edges, even under the bone flap, then again, and again. You pack more into the barrel, layer upon layer of meat and salt until it's all buried, like treasure or a body. Depends on how dramatic you're feeling tonight. And when you're done, you seal the top with a waxed cloth and tie it tight. Then you set it in the corner, near the cool stone wall, and whisper to it as if it's a sleeping beast. Rest. Don't rot. This isn't just about keeping food edible. This is about stretching life, about making today's abundance feed tomorrow's hunger. You think of all the mouths that will chew this salted meat when snow coats the fields and the hens have stopped laying. They'll groan about how salty it is, of course, but they'll eat. Because salt, though unglamorous, keeps things alive. Historians still argue over whether salt-preserved foods were actually enjoyable or just tolerated. Some say it was delicious, especially when paired with pickled greens or fresh bread. Others claim it was tough, too dry, sometimes so salty it made your tongue sting. But either way, it worked. And it still works. Today, chefs still cure meats with salt. Prosciutto, salami, bresaola, each a distant descendant of the same simple act you're doing right now. Salt it, wrap it. Wait, there's even a quiet satisfaction in the process. The rhythm, the grainy crunch under your fingernails, the way your hands smell afterward, clean, mineral, purposeful. You've done something ancient, something reliable. You think about the other ways you'll use salt later, to cure fish, to pickle, maybe even to soak cabbage leaves if you get ambitious. But for now, this meat is what matters. Outside, the chickens mutter in their coop. A dog barks. Someone's child laughs. High-pitched and fleeting, like a songbird. The day is ending, but your meat will last. You sit back on your heels, wipe your hands on your apron, and give one last look to the salted barrel in the corner. The fire has dimmed to coals. Your back aches. But something about this work, this messy, gritty, ancient work, feels good. Salt may not be glamorous, but it's loyal. It's simple. It's eternal. And as the night deepens and the scent of fresh meat fades into the cold stone air, you smile to yourself. Tomorrow, you'll salt the fish. You duck your head and step carefully down the narrow stone steps, each one cool and slightly damp beneath your feet. The light dims with every footfall, traded for the earthy hush of the underground. Down here, in the stillness, your food waits, quietly, patiently. Welcome to your cellar, not just a hole in the ground, but a medieval marvel of passive refrigeration. No fans, no humming appliances, just stone, air, and the slow, steady heartbeat of the earth. The moment you reach the bottom, it hits you. That particular smell, a little sweet, a little musty, with a hint of onions and maybe a faint trace of last winter's turnips. It's not unpleasant. It smells like survival. You run your hand along the cool stone wall. You've dug this deep enough to stay below the frost line. And it shows. Even in the height of summer, it's a full 15 degrees cooler down here. You exhale, and your breath hangs just briefly in the air. Your apples will last. Your cheese will sweat gently, but not spoil. Your onions, strung in braided ropes from the ceiling, sway just slightly when you walk past. There's no magic here, just physics. Earth insulates. Stone breathes. Darkness slows decay. You don't need science degrees to understand it. Just patience. You crouch beside a basket of root vegetables, parsnips, carrots, and knobby potatoes still dusted with soil. They're nestled in straw, dry and clean, not too tightly packed, just enough air to keep them breathing. Yes, vegetables breathe, and you learn to listen. A sprouted onion whispers waste, a soft spot on a turnip, trouble. But so far, all is well. You pass the cured cheeses, waxy and pale, each wrapped in cloth and stored in earthen pots. Nearby, a small stack of glazed crocks hides butter beneath layers of salt. If you dig deeper, toward the far corner, you'll find jars of pickled beets, preserved pears, maybe even a jar of honeyed quince, forgotten from last fall. And here, in the deepest part of the cellar, lies the crown jewel, your cider barrel. It rests in silence, yeast working its quiet magic behind the wooden staves. Sometimes you press your ear to it, just to hear it breathe. Historians still argue over how widespread these underground storage spaces were. Were they common in every peasant hut, or mostly in wealthier homes? The truth lies somewhere in between. In colder climates, root cellars were essential. In warmer regions, people dug similar cool spaces, or even used amphorae buried in shaded pits to keep wine and oil fresh. What's clear is that the method, using earth to preserve life, has never truly disappeared. Even today, homesteaders and off-grid enthusiasts dig earth fridges. Wine connoisseurs build temperature-controlled basements. Gardeners store carrots in boxes of sand. The cellar lives on, one foot in the past, the other in a modern pantry. You sit on the old stool near the stairs. It creaks familiarly. A spider spins a lazy web between two shelves, utterly uninterested in your presence. You stay still a while, letting the cool air wrap around you. The silence here is different. It doesn't feel empty. It feels settled. Everything down here has a purpose, a place, a season. You pull your cloak tighter around your shoulders, not from cold, but from reverence. Because this place, the humble cellar, is a kind of temple to patience, to preparation, to the knowledge that winter always comes, and it can be met with calm. You take one last glance at the apples in the corner, their skins dull with dust, but their scent still bright. You reach for one, bite in, cool, crisp, a whisper of sunlight, kept alive in stone and shadow. And that's the real magic, isn't it? You wake to the smell of smoke, thick, earthy, and oddly comforting. Not the acrid, panicked kind, but the warm, slow-burning kind that seeps into walls, blankets, and skin. You breathe it in, not out of fear, but because it's familiar, necessary, delicious. It's smoking day. You rise, stretch, and head toward the hearth. Above the fire, a cloud of hazy blue-gray smoke curls upward, wrapping itself around hanging sausages like a protective shawl. The fire crackles low, not fierce, just steady. This isn't a blaze. It's a slow dance, coaxing flavor and longevity from every scrap of meat strung above. The smell clings to everything. Your clothes, your hair, your hands. But you don't mind, because this scent means your food will last. You duck under the hanging rack, checking the sausages one by one. Each is taut, darkening slightly, oozing a little fat that drips onto the ashes below. They're made from pork, mostly, seasoned with pepper, mustard seed, maybe a hint of garlic if you were lucky last market day. Some are stuffed into cleaned intestines, some wrapped in stomach lining, some tied with twine so old it probably remembers last winter. You check the fire again. It's made from green wood, not dried. Alder, beech, maybe a few slivers of apple wood for sweetness. Dry wood would burn too fast. You want slow smoke, not open flame. You nudge the logs with an iron poker. A puff rises. Perfect. Historians still debate the origins of smoking meat. Some say it began by accident, a way to store meat near the fire to keep bugs away. Others argue it was ritualized from the start, especially in forested regions where firewood was abundant and winters were long. What's clear is that smoke worked. It dried the meat gently, coating it in preservative compounds like phenols and formaldehyde. Sounds gross. Tastes glorious. You shift your gaze to the back of the smokehouse. Well, your smoke corner, really. In noble homes. They had full buildings for this. In your modest house, a few iron hooks, a sturdy beam, and the right airflow. That's enough. You can still see the old ham in the back, nearly a year old, blackened, hard as a rock, but slice it thin, and it melts on the tongue. You think of all the meals it's seen, harvest suppers, fasting days, well, cheating on them. Even the christening feast when your cousin fell into the water barrel. That ham has lived. You turn one of the sausages slightly. It's beginning to wrinkle. That's good. That means it's sweating out the moisture, the enemy of preservation. You'll let it hang for another day, maybe two, depending on the weather. Then it'll rest in a muslin wrap in the cellar, where the smoke will deepen into something richer, almost sweet. People today still smoke their meats. They've got fancy electric smokers, temperature gauges, timers. But really, the process is the same. Salt it, hang it, smoke it slowly. Wait, some even say that smoke can preserve memory. The way your grandmother's kitchen smelled on baking day. The way your clothes held the scent of the woods after camping. Here, in the medieval kitchen, the smoke is thick with stories. The sausage above the fire isn't just food. It's a promise that even when the fields are bare and the sun vanishes at 4 o'clock, you'll have flavor, protein, comfort. You sit on the low stool, eyes watching the ribbons of smoke twist and fade into the rafters. The dog snoozes beside you. The baby mumbles in its sleep. The fire pops. A sausage sizzles. You smile. Some preservation methods are complicated, fussy, clever, but this one is simple. A little wood, a little patience, a little smoke, and suddenly, a meal that lasts for months. You lean back, breathing in that slow cooked air, smoked, yes, but never burned. You stand at the wooden work table, sleeves rolled, hands deep in a crock of bubbling, briny vegetables. They shift and bob beneath your fingertips, cabbage, carrots, garlic cloves, even the odd green bean, all floating in a potion that smells sharp, tangy, and just a little alive. Because it is alive. Welcome to the strange and sleepy magic of pickling. Not the bright, plastic packaged pickles you see in modern supermarket jars. No, these are medieval pickles. Made slowly, purposefully, and sometimes with a slight grimace. Because the fermentation process does look and smell a little like controlled rotting. And yet, it works. You press down on the floating vegetables, making sure they're tucked beneath the salty brine. A wooden lid follows, then a heavy stone weight. You tap the edge of the crock gently, listening. A soft pop. That's the sound of tiny bubbles rising. Carbon dioxide. The breath of your invisible workers. Your crock hisses and gurgles like it knows something you don't. And maybe it does. Because in a world without refrigeration, fermented pickles were salvation. They lasted through winter. They kept the scurvy at bay. They made dull grains edible again. And they tasted, well, strong, but sometimes even good. You glance over at the other crocks lining the shelf. There's one filled with pickled onions, already translucent and a bit sinister. Another contains chopped beets, steeping in dark vinegar. A third hides sour apples steeped with dill and mustard seed. They're like silent guardians of future meals. Historians still argue about the origins of fermentation in Europe. Did it spread from the East with the spice trade? Was it already common among early Germanic tribes? What's agreed upon is this. By the medieval era, nearly every household in temperate climates had some version of fermented vegetables. And what makes it so genius, so lasting, is its simplicity. Salt, water, thyme. Salt draws out moisture from the vegetables, creating a brine. Wild bacteria take over, feasting gently, transforming sugars into lactic acid, a natural preservative. No vinegar needed, no boiling. Just patience. You lean closer to the crock and sniff. It bites your nose. but not unpleasantly. Sharp, pungent, herbal. You could eat it now, but it'll be better in 2 weeks. Better still in 2 months. Medieval people knew this too. They'd pack summer vegetables into crocks in late August and let them age, mellow and sour all through the coldest months. You press the lid down again, firmly. The crock gives a low sigh, like a cat settling into a nap. Fermentation isn't just practical, it's communal. Recipes were passed down, each family guarding their own ratio of salt to water. Some added horseradish, others a sprig of rosemary, and always the ritual: wash the cabbage, slice it thin, pack it tight, whisper a prayer, then wait. You'd check the crock every few days, watching for scum on the surface. If it appeared, you'd skim it off with a wooden spoon. Nothing alarming. Just nature doing her weird, wonderful work. These days, fermentation is back in style. Sauerkraut, kimchi, pickled radishes, kombucha, sourdough. But medieval folks weren't chasing gut health or Instagram likes. They were chasing calories in February, and they succeeded. You wipe your hands on your apron and move on to the next batch. Sliced carrots with coriander and garlic. The brine's already gone cloudy. That's a good sign. That means it's doing something. You pause and listen. The crock whispers back. Maybe it's the sound of bubbles. Maybe it's your imagination. But you like to think each pickle crock has a voice. Low, burbling, content. You glance outside. It's nearly dusk. The house smells sharp but clean. Your hands sting a little from the brine, and your lips still tingle from tasting yesterday's batch. You tuck the newest crock onto the shelf beside the others. In a few weeks, when the fresh food is long gone and the snow turns bitter, these jars will feel like treasure, like time slowed down and fermented just for you. And as the bubbles rise in silence, so does your pride. You dip your spoon into the golden jar, twisting it slowly as thick. Amber liquid stretches and glistens like sunlight caught in syrup. It moves lazily, obediently, then clings to the spoon with the kind of stubbornness only honey knows. You bring it to your mouth, and even before it touches your tongue, you smell it. Wildflowers, summer air, beeswax, and something sweet that doesn't spoil. Ever. Because this is medieval immortality in a jar. Honey isn't just food, it's preservation. And for medieval people, it was both luxury and necessity, the sweet, sticky shield that made fruit last, soothed a sore throat, healed wounds, and kept everything from going bad. You set the spoon aside and pick up the small pot beside it, a mix of walnuts, hazelnuts, and a few dried figs, all entombed in honey. Their edges glisten. The nuts have darkened slightly with age, but when you bite into one, it's still perfect, still crunchy, still alive. That's the secret. Honey doesn't rot. It doesn't mold. It doesn't ferment unless you want it to. Thanks to its low moisture, high sugar content, and natural acidity, honey is the world's original food vault. Historians still argue over whether honey was used more for flavor or function. Did medieval cooks treat it as medicine, sweetener, or sealant? The answer is yes, all three. You look at the small shelf of preserved goods. There's a pear half floating in golden syrup, its skin leathery but not spoiled. A chunk of goat cheese, dipped in honey and wrapped in waxed cloth. Even a few flower petals, a bridal treat, preserved for a feast months away. You pick up the jar of candied ginger, strips boiled, dried, and drenched in honey until they crystallized into soft, spicy gems. You pop one into your mouth and feel the heat spread through your chest, chased by sweetness. Outside, bees drift lazily between wildflowers. You hear them hum. Their work, done in sunlit meadows, now rests in your pantry, holding time still. And it's not just food. Honey sealed wounds. It coated linen bandages, kept infection at bay, and even served as lip balm in the bitter months. A medieval apothecary might use it in 20 different ways, most of them sticky, all of them effective. And even now, you use it. Modern kitchens are full of squeeze bottles and flavored syrups, but true honey, the thick, raw kind that crystallizes over time, still holds its place in teas, on toast, in immune-boosting home remedies whispered from grandmothers to grandchildren. You reach for another jar, this one small, nearly opaque. Inside is a single plum, harvested last summer, soft and wrinkled, suspended in golden stillness. It was meant for a festival, but you saved it. For no reason at the time, but now feels right. You open the jar slowly, feeling the wax seal give. You tip the contents into your bowl. The honey flows reluctantly. The plum lands with a quiet splash, as though relieved. You bite into it. Soft, sweet, slightly tart, the flavor of last year's sun, preserved not with fire or salt or vinegar, but with bees. There's something ancient in the taste, something slow, something that doesn't rush. You clean the jar with your finger, scooping the last trace. You lick it, eyes half closed, and breathe in the faint scent of clover and earth. Your pantry holds pickles, dried meat, waxed cheese, and salted fish. But honey holds history. And as the candle flickers beside you, and the bees buzz quietly in the distant fields, you know, this method may be sticky, but it lasts. You climb the ladder into the loft, a bundle of herbs in one hand and a shallow basket of mushrooms in the other. The air up here is dry, warm, and full of dust motes and memories. You crouch beneath the rafters and hook the herbs onto a wooden beam. They sway gently in the air. Sage, thyme, mint, maybe even some yarrow for good measure. Next, the mushrooms. You spread them carefully across a woven mat. Not too close, not overlapping. They're small, thin, fragile. But in a few days, they'll be even smaller, lighter, tougher, and infinitely more useful. Because this is the age-old art of drying, and it might be the simplest, most quietly brilliant preservation method of them all. No brine, no fire, no fermentation, just air and time. You move through the loft with practiced care. Bundles of garlic dangle from one side, strung like jewelry for giants. Onion braids hang beside them, papery, fragrant, and dry as parchment. Overhead, the roof creaks slightly, the sun's warmth seeping through the thatch, just enough to coax the moisture out of every sprig and slice. Drying works because it removes the one thing spoilage needs: water. Take that away, and mold, bacteria, and rot can't get a foothold. It's preservation by subtraction. You sit back on your heels and look around. The loft is quiet, except for the whisper of drying stems. It smells calm, a little sweet, a little sharp, like thyme leaves and old straw. You rub a bit of oregano between your fingers and watch it crumble like dust. That's how you know it's ready. Historians still argue which cultures first mastered air drying. It's possible every single one did, independently, out of necessity. Sun-dried tomatoes in the Mediterranean, fish on the coasts of Scandinavia, meat jerked and stretched in Africa, mushrooms dried in Slavic forests. In the medieval world, everyone dried something, in poor homes. It was a way to keep precious herbs through the winter. In wealthy estates, it was about flavor and convenience, building stores of spices, teas, and medicines to be used in moments of need or indulgence. You glance toward the far corner where strips of meat hang in the shadows. Thin cuts, cured with salt, then left to dry until they're leathery but not brittle. They'll be tough to chew, but they'll last. And when hunger strikes in late February, you'll be glad for every stubborn bite. It's easy to forget just how much of medieval life happened vertically. The loft wasn't just for sleeping. It was for storing, curing, drying. It was the pantry of the air. Modern people use dehydrators, fans, even freeze-drying machines. But the essence is unchanged. You cut, you hang, you wait, and the food changes. It shrinks, but it sharpens. The flavor intensifies. A fresh plum is juicy. A dried one is sweet like molasses and dense as a dream. You check the apples hanging near the rafter edge. Their slices have curled at the edges, golden brown and paper thin. You pop one into your mouth. Chewy, tangy, a little leathery, in a good way, like time itself condensed. You think of the future, how you'll crumble dried thyme into a stew, soak dried mushrooms in broth, nibble on apple slices beside the fire, and all it took was a little height and a little patience. As you climb back down the ladder, you glance up one last time. The rafters are full of herbs, of fruit, of careful intentions. The wind outside rattles the shutters, but in the loft above, the air remains still, dry, kind, preserving. And what's more comforting than that? You grip the small wheel of cheese like a delicate treasure and lower it slowly into the pot of melted wax. It sizzles faintly as it makes contact, not from heat, but from surprise. The wax thickens around it like armor. A soft hiss, a slow drip, then silence. You hold it up by the twine loop, watching golden wax drip down the sides. A glossy shell, smooth and warm. Once it cools, it will harden, and your cheese will be safe, sealed in time. You've just practiced one of the more elegant preservation methods of the Middle Ages. Wax sealing, not flashy, not noisy, just a quiet, calculated method of keeping soft things from going sour. Cheese, fruit, even cooked meats, all of them found safety under a layer of fat or wax. Because medieval people understood something we often forget. Air is the enemy. Exposure meant bacteria. Bacteria meant rot. So, if you couldn't store food in the ground, or smoke it, or soak it in vinegar, you sealed it away. You glanced to the shelf beside you. There they are, little wheels of cheese, each dipped and double-dipped in beeswax, lined up like soldiers waiting for winter. Their soft centers protected, their flavors deepening. This isn't just about storage, it's about transformation. A fresh cheese is tangy, gentle, fleeting, but give it time, in the quiet dark of your pantry, and it changes. It ripens, sharpens, matures, and the wax, it just sits there, silently keeping the chaos out. Historians still debate when and where this technique became widespread. Wax sealing was certainly practiced by Roman times, and likely persisted through the Middle Ages in places where beeswax was readily available, often in monasteries, where monks had both hives and thyme. Even today, we still use this method. Artisanal cheeses often come waxed. Some are dipped in red or black shells. The wax isn't for show. It's an echo of this moment. You, standing here in the cool of your storeroom, with wax on your fingers and a smile on your lips. You reach for the next cheese. It's soft, spongy, with a faint smell of milk and straw. You lower it gently into the wax, the scent of bees rising like a soft hum around you. It reminds you of summers, of honey, of hives, of the way bees build things to last, just like you're doing now. And this isn't the only thing you'll seal. Some folks pour melted tallow or clarified butter over potted meats, creating an airtight plug. Others submerge preserved fruits in a waxy mix to keep them fresh, sweet, untarnished by time. The principle's always the same. Block the air. Keep the goodness, like putting your thoughts in a jar and sealing them tight until you need them again. You place the newly waxed cheese beside the others. Their surface gleams in the low light. You run a finger across one. Cool, smooth, perfect. Later, when the snow has crusted the path and fresh food is scarce, you'll open one. You'll slice through the wax, peel it away, and release the scent of summer. A quiet unveiling. And you'll remember this moment. The hush of the room, the gentle drip of wax, the feeling of preserving something small and good and necessary. Because sometimes, survival isn't about grand gestures. It's about the little rituals, the quiet protections, the sealing of soft things before they sour. You dip one more cheese, the wax accepts it, and the silence accepts you. You crouch beside the clay jar, lift the lid gently, and peer inside. It's dark, dusty, and smells faintly of smoke and something chalky. You reach in slowly, careful not to knock over the others, and pull out a single egg, coated in fine wood ash and lime, pale and ghostly like a fossilized moon. You turn it in your hands. The shell is firm, unchanged. It could be 2 months old. It could be 10. Because this egg has been buried to survive. In the medieval world, before refrigeration and store-bought cartons, people had to get clever, especially in winter when hens stopped laying. One of their most curious and enduring methods was packing eggs in ash, lime, or even clay. Not cooked, not pickled, just hidden, preserved by stillness and silence. You glance around the root cellar. In the far corner, another jar waits. Some families used salted oat husks. Others kept eggs in layers of bran, or covered in lard. The goal was simple: keep out air, light, and bacteria. And so the eggs slept, like seeds waiting for spring. You tap the shell gently. It sounds solid. You don't shake it. There's no need. You trust it, the way people trusted their ancestors' methods. Historians still argue whether these methods worked equally well across climates. Lime-packed eggs could last 6 months or more in cool storage. Ash worked better in dry regions. Some even used isinglass, a gelatin from fish bladders, to coat eggs and keep them fresh. Bizarre? Maybe. Effective? Absolutely. You hold up the egg to the sliver of light. There's a magic to it, a quiet defiance of time, something delicate made durable, not by heat or pressure, but by neglect, or more accurately, by intentional forgetting. You dig a little deeper into the jar. More eggs rest there, untouched, nestled like stones in a pond. Some are from summer, when the hens were eager and the days were long. Others from fall, when you pack them away one by one, whispering thanks under your breath. You remember that day. Dust on your hands, the smell of scorched ash in your nose, the sense that you were storing not just food, but possibility, a future breakfast, a midwinter feast, an emergency gift for a neighbor whose pantry ran dry. And the best part? It still works. Modern homesteaders, those with patience and grit, still preserve eggs this way. It's called water glassing now, using pickling lime in big buckets. The science hasn't changed. The eggs are unwashed, the solution alkaline, and the result? Fresh-tasting eggs months after the chicken gave up. You gently set the egg aside and reach into another jar. This one older. The ashes packed tight. Your fingers brush something smooth and familiar. Another egg. Another echo. Even the monks wrote of this practice. Quiet lines in quiet manuscripts about tucking eggs away with reverence. They called it wise. Some called it divine. And when you think about it, it is divine, in its own dusty way. The act of protecting something fragile, something nourishing, not by shielding it with force, but by tucking it into the earth and letting it sleep. You hold both eggs in your palm. They're cool, light. You can almost hear the cluck of the hen that laid them, almost see the sunny morning, the flash of feathers, the rough straw underfoot. And yet here they are, still here, waiting. You place them gently in a bowl. Tonight, you might eat one, crack it open, and marvel at how fresh it still looks. Or maybe not. Maybe you'll leave them a little longer, just to see how long hope can keep. Because in the end, this isn't just preservation. It's faith. That time can be paused, that even the most delicate things can endure. If only we leave them alone and trust the quiet methods of those who came before. You lean over the large, wooden barrel and stir slowly, the wooden paddle sloshing through sour cabbage and cloudy brine. It burps softly beneath the surface, tiny bubbles rising, invisible life murmuring in a language older than writing. This isn't just food. This is fermentation. You wrinkle your nose at the smell, sharp, a little funky, with a hint of garlic and something ancient. Not unpleasant, just potent. You've made this many times before. And still it surprises you how alive it feels, like the cabbage is breathing, like it knows something you don't. This is your sauerkraut, though you wouldn't have called it that. Not yet. To you, it's just preserved cabbage, a way to keep something crunchy and bright through the long, dark months when nothing green grows and your body starts to crave anything that isn't beige or salted to oblivion. You taste a shred. It crunches between your teeth, still firm, still a little salty, and now sour in the best way, preserved by microbes, invisible and unstoppable, and absolutely medieval. You pack the cabbage back down into the brine, using a clean stone as a weight. It's important to keep it below the surface. Air invites mold. Brine keeps the good things in and the bad things out. Fermentation is strange that way. It's not intuitive. You have to trust the process, to believe that leaving something to spoil, just a little, can actually make it better, safer, even tastier. Historians still debate how deliberate fermentation was in the early centuries. Was it discovered by accident? Probably. Did medieval people understand the science? Not at all. But they didn't need microscopes. They had results. The cabbage lasted. The flavor improved. Their guts were happier. So they kept doing it. And it wasn't just cabbage. They fermented everything. Turnips, beets, apples, even fish, in the more adventurous parts of Scandinavia. If it could be brined or buried in a cool cellar, someone somewhere was letting it ferment. You check the other barrel beside it. This one filled with fermented milk, thick and slightly fizzy. Drinkable yogurt, essentially. Not a favorite, but it keeps and it nourishes. You stir it once and move on. Back to the cabbage. You add a few fresh bay leaves to the top, tuck in some caraway seeds, then cover it again with the cloth lid, tying it tight. The crock will rest now, another week, maybe 2. Then into smaller jars, stored in the cellar, served beside sausage or stew, or sometimes all on its own, when your stomach needs waking up. Modern people chase probiotics and gut health with tablets and kombucha. You've got a bubbling vat of cabbage that does the same thing and sings when no one's listening. You sit back on your stool and close your eyes. The fermentation room is warm, humid, earthy. It smells like life. Not fresh spring life, mature, tangy, slightly rebellious life. There's a joy in knowing that nothing goes to waste. The outer cabbage leaves became bedding for the chickens. The inner ones transformed into food for February. The salt, just enough to tame the chaos without killing the spark. You reach for the old spoon on the wall, the one carved by your grandfather. You stir again, gently. Another bubble rises and pops. It's working. In silence, in darkness, in time. You smile. Fermentation is trust, a quiet, bubbling hope. And the most medieval thing about it? It still works, even now. You lift the heavy clay jar and set it on the table with a soft thud. The surface is greasy, warm to the touch, and smells faintly of thyme, garlic, and fat, rendered pork fat. To be precise, smooth, creamy, slightly golden. You remove the cloth cover, and the scent rises, a rich perfume of meat tucked into sleep. Inside, submerged beneath a thick layer of congealed lard, are chunks of preserved meat, goose, duck, pork shoulder, even the odd sausage link if you had enough space. They're resting there like fossils in amber, caught in the slow stillness of preservation by confit. You slide a spoon through the top. The fat gives, just barely, and underneath it, the meat waits, tender, safe, seasoned, and stored without salt, smoke, or vinegar, just heat and fat. You scoop out a piece of duck, the meat soft and fragrant, still glistening. It pulls apart at the touch, tender, moist, and perfectly intact after weeks of storage in a cool corner of your kitchen. This, too, is medieval magic. Because long before vacuum sealing or pressure canning, people discovered that fat could preserve what fire had cooked. Once meat was thoroughly roasted or boiled, you'd submerge it in rendered fat. Goose fat in France, lard in England, mutton drippings wherever sheep were plentiful. The fat cooled, hardened, and sealed the meat away from air. No oxygen, no spoilage, just a gentle silence of protection. Historians still debate whether confit began as a culinary tradition or a practical necessity. Was it created for flavor or survival? Likely both. In southwestern France, confit became both a staple and a delicacy. In other places, it was simply a way to make meat last without access to salt or smoke. You reach into the jar again and retrieve a second piece, pork belly, fragrant with rosemary and black pepper. You remember the day you made it, a cold afternoon, fire roaring, the meat simmering in fat for hours while snow fell outside. The house smelled like warmth and sustenance and survival. Modern cooks still use confit, but mostly for taste. They'll cook duck legs slowly in fat and serve them crisped on linen-draped plates. But you? You store meat for January, when the pantry's low, the wind howls, and nothing sounds better than pulling a spoonful of memory from a fat-sealed jar. You wipe your hands and glance toward the shelf. More jars wait, their surfaces smooth and pale. The meats inside are varied, some plain, some heavily spiced, depending on what you had that week. The jars sit there like little time machines, meals in hibernation. And the best part? You don't need to cook again. Just warm it gently. The fat melts, the meat softens, and dinner is ready. Maybe add some bread. Maybe nothing at all. You press the cloth back over the jar, tuck it down around the rim, and slide it to its resting place. Another spoonful, saved for another stormy evening. This method is humble, quiet, often overlooked, but it's a kind of medieval genius, the realization that fat isn't just fuel, it's shelter. And in a world where everything is cold, unpredictable, and moving too fast, the idea that food can sleep peacefully in a jar of warmth is strangely comforting. You sit back and breathe in the air, meaty, fatty, familiar. You think about all the people before you who opened jars like this, decades, centuries ago, who smiled the same way when they found the meat still good, still soft, still waiting. And you know, some preservation methods are loud, salted, smoked, pickled. But this one whispers. You reach into the wooden bin and let your hand disappear into cool, dry sand. It feels soft, almost silky, gritty between your fingers, but pleasant, like a child's daydream of a beach. But this isn't a sandbox. This is your vegetable vault. And today, you're checking on your roots. You brush aside a few layers and uncover a knobby carrot. Still firm, still orange, still holding on. You dig a little deeper and find a beet, its skin dusty, its weight reassuring. A few potatoes follow, some sprouting tiny pale tendrils, but most sound, solid, sleepy. This is the art of dry packing. In the medieval world, when vegetables couldn't be pickled, brined, smoked, or fermented, people did the next best thing. They buried them. Not outside, but inside, in boxes or barrels filled with sand, straw, sawdust, or ash. Anything that could insulate and keep the rot away. You pull out a turnip, give it a knock. It thuds like a small drum. Good. Still edible. Probably even sweet after all this time underground. Historians often point out that root vegetables, when stored properly, can last months, sometimes half a year or more. And the trick is shockingly simple. Don't let them touch each other. Give them space. Keep them dry. Bury them in something that doesn't mind the dark. You line the bin again, this time with a layer of fresh sand, not wet, not too fine, just enough to cradle the next batch when it comes. The idea is simplicity. You're not sealing, not cooking, not curing. You're just making the vegetables feel like they've never been harvested, and they seem to believe you. You walk over to the basket you harvested a week ago. It's full of rutabagas, parsnips, even a few precious sunchokes. These will go into the bin next. You inspect them one by one. No soft spots, no mold, just the rich smell of clean soil and future soup. You turn one over in your hand. It still has a little dirt clinging to the skin. Good. Washing them shortens their life. They store better with a bit of their past still on them. Modern people use refrigerators and vacuum bags. But this takes no electricity, no machines, just sand, time, and a cool room. And the method still works. Gardeners and homesteaders still bury carrots in bins and store potatoes in straw-packed crates. They're copying you. Or your great-great-great-grandmother. Same difference. There's a certain peace in it. No noise. No brine to monitor. No fire to tend. Just a slow hush as the roots sleep. You imagine them dreaming of summer sun, of bees hovering over blossoms, of the day they were pulled from the ground. You find a soft onion in one corner. It's collapsed slightly. A sad, squishy thing. You pluck it out like a sleepy soldier who didn't make it. No big deal. One spoiled among dozens. You toss it into the compost bucket and pat the sand smooth. You cover the bin and lean back on your heels. Your knees ache a bit, but your mind is quiet because you know these vegetables will last. They'll sit there through the snow, through the wind, through the deep nights when food is scarce and your stomach grumbles like an old dog. And when you pull them out, weeks from now, they'll taste almost fresh, earthy, alive, like you never stopped harvesting because you buried them gently and they remembered how to wait. You hold the small earthenware jar up to the light. Inside, the golden green liquid shimmers, thick, heavy, almost glowing, and just beneath the surface, suspended like treasure in amber, rests a bundle of herbs, barely moving. You tilt the jar slightly. The rosemary sways. The garlic clove glints. The soft white cheese at the bottom sleeps. This is not a garnish. This is preservation by oil. You remove the wax-sealed lid, and the scent rises, rich, earthy, herbal. You dip your finger into the surface and feel it coat your skin like silk. Then you taste it. Smooth, lush, and pungent. Olive oil. Infused and infused again. Storing more than flavor. Storing time. Because here in your medieval kitchen, oil isn't just for cooking. It's a shield, a protector. It smothers air, drowns bacteria, and keeps herbs, cheese, garlic, and even some vegetables safe from decay. You reach for the next jar, soft goat cheese balls, rolled in thyme and pepper, floating just below the surface. They've been there for weeks, maybe longer. But when you lift one out with a spoon, it gleams, still moist, still fragrant, still good. Historians still debate how widespread oil preservation was in medieval Europe. In southern climates, Italy, Spain, parts of the Levant, olive oil was plentiful. People used it for light, for skin, for cooking, and for keeping food safe. In the north, oil was scarcer, more expensive, but not unheard of. Beeswax and lard were used instead. The principle remained the same. Isolate the food from air. And it lasts. You glance over at your jars. Some contain roasted red peppers, soft and sweet, preserved in a mix of oil and vinegar. Another has mushrooms, blanched and buried under thyme-infused oil. Another, just sprigs of sage and marjoram, saved for a winter stew when the garden sleeps. There's a patience to this process, a quiet ritual. First, you blanch or roast the food. Not too much, just enough to slow its clock. Then you dry it carefully. Too much moisture, and the oil won't save it. Finally, you lower it into a clean jar and pour the oil over, slowly, like pouring honey into a wound. No bubbles, no gaps. You seal it tight, you wait, and the food waits with you. Modern chefs call this confit, or preservation in fat. They drizzle oil over sun-dried tomatoes, roast garlic, and store it all in gleaming glass jars. But you were doing this long ago. With clay, with instinct, with a practiced hand, and the deep knowledge that oil keeps the dark at bay. You swirl the jar in your hand again and watch the thyme leaves dance. Somewhere outside, the olive trees stretch toward the sky, basking in the same sun that once nourished this oil. You imagine the press, stones grinding, wood creaking, oil pouring thick into clay pots, a sacred harvest, a golden promise. And now, that promise rests on your shelf. You tuck the jar back among the others. Each one is a moment, captured, a season distilled, a memory made edible. And when the cold comes, when the herbs wither, and the cheese molds, and the garlic sprouts, you'll unscrew one of these jars. You'll taste summer, preserved not by fire or salt, but by liquid stillness. You wipe your hands on your apron. The scent of oil lingers, fragrant, deep, a little earthy. Then you blow out the candle and step into the soft quiet of the pantry, knowing your jars are doing what they've always done, holding on. You lift the cork with a quiet pop, and the sharp tang hits you right away. Vinegar, pungent and bright, stinging the nose, waking you up like a slap from a sour lemon. You lean closer and peer into the glass bottle. Inside, onions float like pale pearls, tinged pink from beetroot, laced with mustard seeds and peppercorns. They're soft, but not mushy, pickled to preservation perfection. Welcome to the realm of vinegar, the gentle assassin of rot. Not as flashy as smoke, not as ancient as salt, but vinegar? It's sneaky. It works quietly, seeping into food and killing decay with kindness. You reach for the next jar. Sliced apples, oddly satisfying in their golden, translucent layers. They bob in cider vinegar, sweetened with honey and spiced with cloves. You made them 2 months ago on a windy morning, when the last apples began to spot and bruise. Instead of letting them soften into waste, you bathed them in acid and gave them new life, and now they glisten like amber in a jar. You take a bite. Sweet, tart, crisp, even, a little like time travel. Historians still debate the origin of vinegar preservation in Europe. Did the Romans spread it? Was it independently discovered? Was it inspired by ancient winemaking accidents? Wine gone sour, turned bitter, then suddenly useful. Whatever the story, by the Middle Ages, vinegar was indispensable. Every home had it, not just for food, but for cleaning, for medicine, for warding off plague. Monks prescribed it. Cooks swore by it. Housewives hoarded it. You glance at the shelves. There's a jar of pickled garlic, its cloves slightly green at the core. Another of beets, so dark they look like jewels. A jug of spiced vinegar for pouring over meat or mixing into broth. Even a bottle of vinegar-soaked rose petals. Someone said it keeps the skin soft. You're skeptical, but the jar is pretty. The science is simple. Vinegar lowers pH. Acid halts the growth of bacteria, molds, and other unwelcome guests. When vegetables sit in a bath of vinegar, they pickle. When meat's rinsed in it, it lasts longer. When cheesecloth is soaked in it and wrapped around fruit, spoilage slows. It's all chemistry, but to you, it feels like alchemy. You sit on the bench and swirl the vinegar bottle gently. Inside, the onions spin. You remember how you peeled them, eyes stinging, fingers sticky, and how you layered them with cloves and dill. The liquid was clear then. Now it's tinted with time. And it's not just vegetables. You've seen eggs pickled in vinegar, dyed pink and rubbery and strange. Fish, too, soaked in brine and vinegar, then laid in oil, layered in jars for dark days. Some towns even pickled fruit, pears and cherries steeped in spiced vinegar and honey. Sweet and sour, soft and strange. You pull the cork from another bottle and sniff. Apple cider vinegar, your favorite. Milder than the wine vinegar. Sharper than the ale vinegar. You used it last week to preserve green beans. You'll use it next week to pickle cabbage hearts. Modern kitchens still hum with vinegar. It hides in salad dressings. Pickles line grocery shelves. But the old ways persist, quietly, in kitchens like yours, in crocks and reused jars, in the sweet sting on your tongue when you taste what time has done. You cork the bottles again, tight and clean. You run your hand across the smooth glass. There's something beautiful about it, so simple, so subtle. Vinegar doesn't demand attention. It just does the job. Like an old friend who shows up uninvited and saves the day with a jar of onions and a smirk. You stack the bottles back on the shelf. The light catches them. Reds, golds, and browns. Like stained glass made of vegetables. You smile. Some preservation methods scream with smoke and salt. Others whisper with brine and patience. But vinegar? Vinegar smiles politely, steps inside, and keeps everything just the way it was. You step outside into the biting air, your boots crunching through a thin crust of snow. Your breath curls up in clouds. Your nose tingles, and your fingers stiffen around the wooden bucket you're carrying. It's early. Dawn hasn't fully arrived yet, but this job won't wait. Because today, you're visiting your winter larder. Not a pantry, not a cellar, just a hole in the ground, lined with stone, packed with snow, shaded from the sun, and filled with food. You bend low and lift the wooden lid. The cold rushes up at you, sharper than before. Beneath it lies your treasure. Fish, wrapped in linen and ice-packed, butter-sealed in crocks, crusted with frost. And at the very bottom, milk, stored in a glazed jug, still frozen solid. This is cold storage in its rawest form. Snow and ice, turned into guardians of food. You pull out the fish first. It's firm, pale, and curled just slightly from freezing. It was caught weeks ago, cleaned and bundled tightly, then packed between snow layers in this insulated pit behind the house. It still smells clean, briny, but not sour. You wrap it tighter and tuck it into your basket. Back in medieval times, before freezers, before electricity, before even widespread ice houses. People used winter itself as a tool. Snow wasn't just a nuisance, it was refrigeration. Historians still debate how widespread these snow pits and natural larders were. Wealthier households had ice cellars, deep, stone-lined rooms filled with cut blocks of lake ice harvested in early winter and kept insulated with straw or sawdust. But poorer folk, too, learned to bury perishables in shaded places, where winter's chill held strong well into spring. You remember the first time you helped build this one, shoveling the snow, lining the pit with straw, lowering jars and cloth bundles in carefully, one layer at a time. It felt primitive, maybe even silly. But when March arrived and the meat was still good, you understood. You glanced toward the nearby shed. Inside, last month, you helped stack ice blocks, sawed from the frozen pond. You wrapped them in layers of hay and packed them into the cellar room. With luck and discipline, that ice will last through midsummer. Just enough to cool milk, or chill berries, or keep butter from turning sour on a hot day. Modern folks think of ice as luxury or novelty, cubes in a drink, packs in a cooler. But back then, it was life-saving. And it took effort. Teams of workers, saws, sleds, brute force. And once it was stored, it had to be guarded against heat, thieves, even curiosity. You reach into the pit again and retrieve a small clay pot. Inside, rendered tallow, solid from the cold. You smile. That will do for frying, or sealing, or stretching a stew just a little further. The air around you is silent, except for the wind tugging at your hood. You glance at the trees. The sun's just beginning to warm the snow in patches, and steam rises in thin, ghostly wisps. You cover the pit again, layering straw across the top before placing the lid. The goal is to slow the thaw, to trap winter where you need it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes the thaw creeps in, but most years, the snow larder sees you through the leanest weeks. You carry the bucket inside, fingers red, feet numb, heart oddly full, because it's not just that the food has lasted, it's that you made it last. With snow, with planning, with patience. You set the fish by the hearth to thaw slowly. The room fills with the smell of oak smoke and possibility. And you think, all this from snow, something most people curse, something most people ignore. But you saw its value, and you used it, because sometimes preservation isn't about adding more. Sometimes it's about taking what nature gives freely and using it wisely. You stand at the threshold of your pantry, hands tucked behind your back, letting your eyes wander over the quiet army of jars, crocks, bundles, and barrels. The air is cool, still. Everything is resting. Everything is waiting. It hits you slowly. You haven't just stored food. You've stored time. Every shelf is a calendar. Every jar, a preserved moment. That plump pickled onion, late summer, the salted ham, a cold morning in November, the cheese sealed in wax, the first day of frost. You've been saving seasons, bottling them, wrapping them, burying them, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. Because this is the part of medieval life no one talks about. Not the knights, not the battles, not the towers or the plagues, but this, the quiet preparation, the long view, the understanding that survival isn't heroic. It's methodical, domestic, almost sacred. You run your hand along the rough edge of the shelf. The wood creaks slightly. It's held weight all winter. It'll hold more come spring. You shift a jar to the left, straighten a cloth, brush dust from the corner of a crock. These are not chores. These are acts of care. Historians still debate how precise medieval preservation methods really were. Did people always get it right? Of course not. Food spoiled. Mold crept in. Sometimes a barrel cracked. Sometimes the salt didn't reach the bone. But more often than not, the method held, the food kept, and people ate. And we're still using these methods today. Not always consciously, not always faithfully, but the core remains. Cheese still gets waxed. Herbs still hang in kitchens. Pickles still bubble. Meat still smokes. Even in our stainless steel. App-controlled, climate-sealed lives, the echoes remain. You crouch beside the dried apples and take one between your fingers. It's leathery, darkened, curled at the edge. You chew slowly. The taste is faintly sweet, faintly tart, and deeply comforting. A preserved whisper of summer. You think of all the hands that have done this before you. Centuries of people slicing, salting, packing, wrapping, burying, bottling, not because they were quaint or backward, but because they were brilliant. They understood that time is both the enemy and the solution. You walk toward the door, stopping once to check the wax seal on a cheese jar. Still solid, still sound. Outside, the wind rattles the shutters. The garden sleeps. But you're ready. Your pantry is full, not of abundance, but of intention, of small efforts that add up, of answers written in vinegar, brine, smoke, and silence. You draw the door closed behind you and feel the warmth of the kitchen greet you again. The fire crackles. The pot simmers. Someone hums softly from another room, and you smile, because the past isn't gone. It's sealed in jars, tucked in ash, hung in rafters, and it still works. And now, as the candles burn low and the last echoes of the day fade away, your breath begins to slow. Your hands rest easy. Your mind quiets. Let the shelves grow dim in your memory. The waxed cheese retreat into shadow. The smoked sausages gently swing out of view. The jars sit peacefully. The dried herbs whisper their final notes. The brine, the salt, the sand, all still. There's nothing left to prepare tonight. The fire has softened to coals. The wind outside has settled into hush. The world is holding its breath. And you are safe, surrounded by all the quiet work you've done, by care, by method, by the gentle confidence of being ready. Each preserved thing, the egg, the apple, the shard of garlic and oil, is a lullaby now, a hum from 1,000 years ago, reminding you that survival can be soft, that endurance doesn't always roar, that sometimes the bravest thing is a jar sealed with wax and hope. Let yourself drift. Then, let your breath sink with the dark. Let your thoughts unspool like threads of dried time. The night is long, but you are prepared. No need to chase the future. It will come when it's ready, and when it does, you'll open the lid, lift the cloth, break the wax, slice the meat, sip the warmth, but not now. Now, just rest. Because in this moment, wrapped in the wisdom of old ways, surrounded by stillness and sleep and jars filled with time, you are perfectly preserved. How medieval communities secured homes without alarms. You lean forward and slide the wooden beam across the door, not hurriedly, not fearfully, but with a practiced calm. The bar drops into place with a soft, satisfying thunk, a sound you've heard every night since you were old enough to reach the latch yourself. It's simple, really. A horizontal beam, thick and solid, slots into two carved brackets on either side of the doorframe. No keys, no gears, no brass tumblers, just wood resting on wood. And yet, it feels like security itself. You run your palm along its surface, smooth from years of handling. The grain still visible despite the polish of 1,000 nights. It's warm, touched by the day's heat. Soon, it'll cool with the rest of the room as the fire dims and the chill sets in. Outside, the air quiets. The hens are settled. The goats have stopped fussing. Somewhere in the distance, a door closes, and you hear the familiar creak of someone else's latch falling into place. One house after another, a chorus of wooden beams sliding shut, the village tucking itself in. You press your ear against the door for a moment. No sound, just the wind slipping over the roof, carrying the scent of hay, damp soil, and a hint of smoke from your neighbor's chimney. No footsteps, no strangers, just night. Back inside. The warmth lingers, the hearth still holds a glow, orange and slow. Shadows stretch across the low-beamed ceiling like sleeping limbs. The floor creaks beneath your weight, softly, but not silently. You know every board in this house, every sound it makes. That's part of the security, too. You'd know if something was off, if something or someone disturbed the pattern. You check the door again, though you don't need to. It hasn't moved. The bar is firm, unshaken. You've never had to test it against a true threat, but you believe in it anyway? Not because it's impenetrable, but because it's part of the rhythm. Historians still argue how effective these wooden latches truly were. Some say they were deterrents at best, too easy to break with force. Others point out that few intruders dared test them in a world where community meant proximity, and a noise at one door echoed through a dozen others. Besides, what mattered wasn't just the wood. It was the knowledge that once that beam dropped into place, the house was sealed, and with it, the worries of the world. Inside was warmth, safety, and sleep. Outside was wind, wild dogs, wandering drunks, and those could wait until morning. You step back from the door and take a deep breath. The room smells of wax and wool. The last bit of stew simmers low. Unattended, your bedroll waits in the corner, thick with woven blankets and a bit of lavender tucked beneath the edge, more for scent than for magic. And as you crawl under the covers, you feel it again. That soft certainty. Not that danger can't come, but that you've done what can be done. The latch is down. The coals are banked. The night is still. You turn on your side. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks once, then falls silent. The latch holds, and so do you. You reach for the shutter, thick, weather-worn wood, smoothed by years of closing out the dark, and swing it inward on iron hinges that groan softly like an old man easing into a chair. The last breath of evening light slips through before you push the panel closed. Then you reach for the peg, a small carved bit of oak, and twist it into the notch. Just like that. The world stays out. No glass, no curtain, no alarm. Just wood on wood, fitted tightly enough to keep out both wind and watching eyes. You pause for a moment in the dim, looking at the faint glow where the shutter meets the wall. It doesn't seal perfectly. Of course not, but it's good enough. You know from experience that a good shutter keeps more than just the cold outside. It muffles sound. It blocks moonlight that might reveal movement inside. It says, without words, that this house is closed for the night. You go from window to window, each one small, each shutter different. One creaks more than the others. One needs an extra push. They're not symmetrical. They're not stylish, but they are trustworthy. You latch each one, twisting the peg, hearing that soft click of resistance. The house tightens. The walls grow quieter, as if everything is settling its shoulders, bracing gently for the dark. Outside, you hear it. Someone else across the way doing the same. Their shutter thuds shut, followed by the gentle rasp of a latch. Another neighbor, perhaps, or just the wind fooling your ears. Hard to tell. Either way, the village is closing in on itself, folding up like a hedgehog curling against the chill. And yet you don't feel alone. That's the strange part. Each closing shutter feels like a signal passed hand to hand, a silent, "I'm here," a communal gesture. We may all shut ourselves in, but we do it together. In the cities, homes are stacked tight, shutters are lined like teeth along the street, and the sound of them closing echoes like a prayer. In the countryside, where homes are spaced further, you still hear them. Through the trees, across the fields, that final thud, that last lock of wood. Historians still argue whether these shuttered windows were security or symbolism. Some say it was more about keeping heat in. Others say the real purpose was psychological. If you can't see in, you don't try to enter. Either way, they worked. You return to your cot. The shutters now closed. The room feels smaller, but not in a bad way. It feels wrapped, tucked in, like someone drew a blanket over the house itself. You light a candle and watch the flame dance, its light no longer competing with the outside world. This is your space now. The shutters have drawn the line. You glance at the wall above the shutter. A bundle of dried herbs hangs there. Marjoram, maybe, or mugwort. A charm, possibly, or just habit. Either way, it watches over the room with quiet authority. You blow out the candle. The dark is soft now, not empty. Your eyes adjust, and you see the faint lines of furniture, the gentle glow from the banked fire. And you know, no one is looking in. No shadows will stretch across your floor. No cold will creep in unnoticed, because the shutters are closed, and the night is yours. You crouch by the door again, not to latch it, but to lock it. Not with a key, not with a tumbling brass mechanism, but with a hook, a wedge, and a quiet confidence in the cleverness of simple things. You slide the iron hook into its ring on the inside of the door. It's curved just so, hand-forged years ago by someone who understood tension. You test it, give the door a nudge. It holds. Then you reach for the small stick of ash wood leaning beside the frame. You wedge it firmly between the door and the floor, just beneath the hook's arc. Now the door doesn't budge. Not inward, not outward, not at all. There, locked. You sit back on your heels for a moment, resting your hands on your knees, and marvel, not for the first time, at how security doesn't have to be complicated. A clever mind and the right piece of wood can keep more trouble out than all the ironwork in the world. Medieval locks were like that. Practical, local, human. Some were made of wood alone, rotating bars that dropped into slots, spring-loaded pegs that clicked when turned. Others, for those with more coin, had keys, simple ones, large and clumsy by today's standards, but beautiful in their honesty. You turned them with 2 fingers. They spoke to you in clicks and resistance. But most people did what you're doing now. Hook and wedge, or they'd lay a broom across the door. Stretch a rope loop from wall to handle, even hang a bell by string so it clinked when the door creaked. It wasn't about brute force. It was about notice. If something moved, you'd hear it. If something shifted, you'd know. Historians still debate how much security these locks actually provided. In a world where force could splinter doors and windows didn't have glass, how much good could a hook and stick do? But that misses the point. The point is not to build a fortress. The point is to build friction, to make entry loud, awkward, obvious. A well-placed hook might not stop a battering ram, but it might buy you a few seconds, might wake the dog, might wake you. You reach for the string beside the door and give it a gentle tug. The loop tightens. Another little trick. If someone manages to lift the hook from outside, the string will pull loose and ring the small bell you've hidden in the corner. It's not much, but it's enough. You run your finger along the edge of the doorframe. The wood is scarred, grooved from generations of hooks sliding, sticks wedging, ropes tightening. It's like a worn book, written in rituals. And each notch says, "We were here, and we took care." You lean back, satisfied. The room behind you is dim now. The shutters are closed. The beam is down. The hook is set. The wedge is firm. You sit with your back against the door, just for a moment, listening to the silence of your secured home. It's not silence. Exactly. There's the soft crackle of the hearth, the shifting of the chickens outside, the wind brushing against the shutter like an old friend asking to come in. But none of it feels threatening, because the lock holds, because you placed it, and because in this small, clever way, you've told the night, you may pass by, but you will not pass through. You lie back on your straw-stuffed mattress, one hand behind your head, the other resting gently on your stomach. The room is quiet now, the shutters closed, the door locked, the fire banked low. But you don't feel alone, because even in this stillness, you can hear the village breathe. A soft clatter from down the lane, someone moving their bucket just before bed, the distant squeak of a shutter closing, a cough from old Martin's house, and then silence. Not the silence of isolation, but the shared hush of a community winding down. You close your eyes, but your ears stay open, because in a world without alarms, fences, or surveillance, your first defense was each other. If someone walked down your street after sundown, you'd know. You'd all know. Footsteps echoed off stone, carried in the still air. The dogs barked. The chickens stirred. Sometimes even the goats bleated at the wrong footfall. There's comfort in that. You don't need cameras. You have neighbors. You remember last month when a stranger wandered into town late at night, didn't knock, didn't call out, just wandered. Within minutes, shutters opened, voices whispered, someone lit a torch. They weren't unfriendly, but they were alert. The stranger was met with 5 wary eyes and 3 well-swung staffs. Nothing happened, but something could have, and that was enough. Historians still argue how much of medieval security relied on communal vigilance. Was it effective? Was it organized? Was it just habit? But here's what they miss. You knew the sounds of your village. You knew the cough of your neighbor, the creak of your own gate, the voice of the baker's daughter as she whispered to her cat. If something didn't fit, you noticed. Everyone did. And no one locked a door without expecting someone nearby to listen for it. Sometimes that meant gossip. Other times, it meant protection. You roll onto your side and hear the faint, rhythmic clunk of a watchman's staff tapping the cobblestones. Regular, measured, familiar. He's not coming to your door. He's not peering into your window. But he's there. And that's enough. You exhale. Safety wasn't solitary. It was woven into the daily life of the street. If someone knocked when they shouldn't, 5 heads turned. If something broke, tools and hands appeared. If something was stolen, word traveled faster than feet. You recall the old saying passed around the tavern last week. You can outrun a thief, but not a village. You smile. True enough. The dogs bark once. Short, not worried. Just routine. Then silence again. You shift beneath the blanket, your body warming the straw, your breathing falling into rhythm with the sleeping world around you. No alarm rings, no red lights flash. But if something moved, if someone came too close, you'd know. Or the dog would, or the neighbor would, or all of you at once. And there's comfort in that kind of security, human, instinctive, and shared. So you drift off, not just behind your shutter and latch, but inside a network of ears, eyes, and quiet watchfulness. And in that, you rest well. You rise once more before bed, barefoot on the cool planks, and walk softly to the door, not to test the latch again, but to scatter salt, a pinch in your palm, a gentle shake across the threshold, a soft motion, almost like a prayer. Maybe it is, because long before motion sensors or fingerprint locks, people like you used rituals, quiet gestures of belief that offered protection not through mechanics, but through meaning. Salt at the doorway, iron by the window. You don't question why. You just do it because your mother did, and her mother before her. You pick up the iron horseshoe hanging by the entry beam, rusted, heavy, humble, and make sure it's still in place, the open end pointing up to catch good luck. You don't know if it really helps, but you do know that when it's missing, you don't sleep quite as well. These aren't just superstitions. They're layered habits, passed through generations, grown out of need and woven with hope. And in a time when danger could arrive by foot, by flame, or by fever, you did what you could to make the night feel less sharp. Historians debate whether these symbols, salt, iron, herbs, markings, were practical charms or just comforting traditions. But maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe the power wasn't in the thing itself, but in the act of doing it, of saying, I've done what I can. Let the rest rest. You light a stub of candle and step to the window. There, beneath the frame, lies a row of small stones, each inscribed with a scratched cross, chalked long ago. You brush your fingers over them and leave them be. Some nights, you hang a small bag of lavender over the bed frame. Other times, rosemary tied with red thread. Once, during a storm, you placed a pair of scissors under the pillow, blades open, facing away from the door. Why? Because someone told you once that evil walks in straight lines, and sharp things confuse it. You don't need to believe it fully. You just need to believe it enough. You turn from the window and touch the lintel above the door, carved, faint, but still legible. A few letters, a date, a quiet plea. Sometimes you pray, not loudly, not with words, but with the motion of your hand across the frame, the mutter under your breath. The candle snuffed just right, because even now, after the door is barred and the dog is curled and the fire is banked, you know that safety isn't just a matter of bolts. It's layers. It's belief. It's the weight of doing all the little things that signal to your soul, I've made it as safe as I can. And you feel it settle inside you as you lay back down. The salt on the sill, the iron by the window, the stitch of red thread on the wall. Maybe no one else would notice, but you do, and it's enough. You shift beneath the blanket, curling your knees a little closer to your chest. Something shifts beside you. A warm body, a low, contented grunt. Then the soft tap of claws on floorboards. The dog is awake. Not for long, just enough to check on the small sound you made, to flick his ears toward the door, and to sniff once in your direction. Then he settles again, chin on paws, breathing heavy and rhythmic. Your early warning system, not sleek, not silent, but deeply effective. In a medieval home, dogs weren't just companions. They were night sentries, sharp of ear, sensitive to movement, suspicious of silence, and they slept close, not just for warmth, but for watchfulness. You reach out and stroke his back, rough fur and all. He thumps his tail once, all clear, and he's not the only one. You listen and hear the shuffle of a hen in the corner, tucked into the straw pen behind the hearth, where the floor stays warm and the predators stay out. Chickens, though not brave, are remarkably alert. A fox slinks too close, and they shriek. A stranger steps into the yard, and they flutter and fuss. You've come to recognize their vocal range. Alarm, curiosity, indifference, hunger. They don't lie. Animals see what people miss. They hear the creak of a distant gate, the snap of a twig, the breath of someone standing just outside. In a world without lights, it's not your eyes that guard you. It's your dog's ears and your goat's unease and the peculiar way a rooster will sometimes crow at shadows. Historians note that many medieval homes had no clear separation between human and animal spaces. Livestock were brought in during winter. Chickens roosted near the fireplace. Dogs and cats came and went, not by accident, not from laziness, but because shared space was safer. You think of the times your dog has barked at nothing, or so you thought, until the next day, when you found prints in the mud, or heard that the village drunk had been wandering again, or saw that someone else's shutter had been tampered with. Your dog always knew. He sleeps now with one ear cocked upward, even in dreams. One eye, half-lidded, ready to snap open. His body may rest, but his duty never does. And in return, you feed him from your bowl. You let him near the fire. You scratch the spot behind his ears, because you know he keeps you safe while you sleep. You shift again, and he sighs, a long, groaning exhale that settles like a lullaby in your chest. The chickens rustle once. The goat outside clinks her tether against the post and then stills. The house listens. The animals listen. And through them, you rest. No alarm needs setting. No code needs punching. You've got a dog at your feet, hens behind the hearth, and a house that stirs when it needs to. You close your eyes again and know, if anything comes close tonight, you won't be the first to hear it. The floor creaks beneath your foot as you rise. Just one soft groan from the timber, but enough to remind you, this house remembers everything. You shift your weight, listening. Another creak, a higher pitch this time. You take one step, then another. Each board has its own voice. A quiet conversation of joints and grain and centuries of footsteps. And this, too, is protection. Because in the medieval home, floors and doors weren't silent. They weren't meant to be. Silence was suspicious. Creaks, groans, rattles. These were part of the night's natural rhythm. If something changed, you knew. You paused beside the table, eyes adjusting to the low light. The hearth glows faintly. The shutters are firm. The latch still holds. You step again, and the beam by the door shifts slightly under your heel. A soft click. You remember that sound. It always makes the dog lift his head. Even the door itself speaks. The hinges complain when moved too quickly. The latch thuds in a particular way when jostled from outside. And if someone tried to lift the hook with a stick, well, the door would hum. A quiet vibration in the frame. You'd feel it before you'd hear it. This house is not modern. It doesn't hide its mechanics. It whispers through its imperfections, and that whisper keeps you safe. You recall the way your grandfather used to say it. A good house groans at the right time. Not poetic, perhaps, but practical. Historians sometimes overlook this, the subtle architecture of sound. The fact that a slightly loose beam or a worn hinge wasn't always a flaw. It was a signal, a built-in alert system tuned to your footsteps, your routines. You tread back across the room, carefully, testing. The loose floorboard near the storage chest, still loose. The corner by the wash basin, still solid. That one plank by the hearth with the curious hollow knock, still rings the same. If someone unfamiliar walked in, you'd know immediately. The rhythm would change. The song of the house would go off key. You kneel beside the hearth, add a few small logs to the embers. Not enough to light the room, just enough to keep the chill back. The kindling pops, the room flickers, then stillness, and you listen. Creaks settle, wood relaxes, even the old rafters, high above, shift and sigh like sleeping bones. You smile faintly. This house is old, crooked, drafty, but it tells you everything you need to know. You walk slowly back to bed, avoiding the plank near the dog's tail so he doesn't stir. You lie down, blanket drawn, one hand resting across your chest. Outside, the night holds its breath. Inside, your house keeps watch. With every groan, every squeak, every sigh of timber, it speaks to you. And you, half asleep, fully secure, speak back, simply by listening. You lie back down, eyes half lidded and stare at the low ceiling. On the other side of that wall, just a few feet of timber and wattle, your neighbor shifts in his bed. You hear it, the familiar creak of his straw mattress, the little cough he always makes before settling. And though you don't speak, you know he's there, because your homes share walls, not by chance, but by design. In medieval towns and close-knit hamlets, houses often leaned into each other, terraced like teeth, or arranged in horseshoes around a common green. Space was scarce. Wood was precious. But more than that, closeness meant safety. You think about it as you listen. If someone opened your neighbor's door, you'd hear it. If someone broke a shutter, the sound would ripple through the row like a thrown stone in a still pond. It wouldn't matter if they came for you or not. Everyone would wake. Security wasn't a moat. It was a community. You weren't alone, even when the door was locked and the shutters drawn. You glance at the adjoining wall. In summer, you can hear the babies cry through it. In winter, the clatter of their cooking pots. Sometimes, if you're both quiet, you can hear them breathe. That closeness, it's not a flaw. It's a feature. Historians sometimes describe these homes as crowded, cramped, even chaotic. And they weren't wrong, but what those books forget is how that very closeness built vigilance. Every sound was amplified. Every step had witnesses. You couldn't sneak through a street like this. Even a thief had to whisper. You roll over, listening now, not to your own house, but to theirs. You hear the wind nudge their shutter. You hear a faint sneeze. You smile, because if someone tried to enter your home tonight, they'd have to walk past half the village, past windows with ears, doors with dogs, neighbors with ears sharper than scents. You remember last spring, when a traveling merchant wandered into the village unannounced? He meant no harm, just took a wrong path. But he tried to open the wrong door. And before his hand even touched the latch, 4 voices called out from different houses. The merchant had never seen a town wake up so fast. And now, neither will you forget it. You pull your blanket higher and feel the wall's faint warmth against your shoulder. On the other side, your neighbor shifts again, maybe dreaming, maybe simply adjusting his leg. Doesn't matter. He's there. So you sleep, not just behind your door, but beside another, and another, and another. A row of homes, like a row of shields, each one watching the others. Each one saying, if something comes tonight, we'll hear it. We'll feel it. We'll answer. You close your eyes and rest in the safety of walls that aren't yours alone. The wind rattles faintly outside, shaking a few loose slates on the neighbor's roof. You don't move. You know that sound. It's familiar, harmless, woven into the fabric of your nights. But then, something else. A tap. Not loud, not fast, just deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. You open your eyes, not in fear, but in readiness, because you've heard that sound before. Not from danger, but from the Watchman staff. A rhythmic knock on cobblestone, signaling his passage through the sleeping village. You picture him now, wrapped in a heavy cloak, lantern swinging from his hand, eyes sweeping over shuttered windows and quiet corners. One man, one light, one routine. No whistles, no sirens, just tap, tap, tap. A medieval village didn't need alarms blaring through the streets. It had feet, hands, wooden staffs, a voice that could carry in the quiet. And above all, it had consistency. That gentle sound, every hour on the hour, was more than presence. It was promise. You sit up slightly, just enough to peek through a knothole in the shutter. There, flickering light, bobbing like a lazy star, the Watchman. His lantern glows orange against the dark, bouncing as he moves. He doesn't stop. He doesn't knock. He's not here for you. He just walks. And that is enough. In towns, there were curfews enforced after dark. Strangers were noticed. Loiterers were questioned. Taverns emptied. Fires were doused. A man outside at midnight without cause. He'd be met with wary glances and questions he couldn't afford to answer. Some cities even had night horns, great curved instruments mounted at watchtowers, used to signal danger. 1 blast for fire, 2 for fight, 3 if the gates had been breached. You've only heard it once, years ago. It still echoes in your memory like thunder trapped in brass. But most nights, just the Watchman. Sometimes he hums a tune. Sometimes he mutters to himself. Once, he tapped out the rhythm of a song on his staff, and the whole street chuckled in their beds. You've never spoken to him, but he knows you. He knows your door, your dog, your crooked shutter. You've seen him pause to look at a window left ajar, to nudge a loose latch, to fix a sagging torch bracket. He's part of the architecture of your night. Historians debate how formal these patrols really were. Were they paid? Voluntary? Were they reliable? But you know this. He's out there, and that makes the difference. Because if something stirred tonight, if a shadow darted through the alley, or a horse bolted free, he'd be there first. Or close enough. You lie back down. Tap, tap, tap. The sound grows fainter as he turns the corner. Somewhere else. Another watchman picks up the rhythm, and the village sleeps. Not blindly, not naively, but watched over. And that, in a world without blinking lights or surveillance cameras, is more than enough. You sit up briefly to stir the fire, coaxing it back from its quiet glow into a low, steady ember. Not enough to light the room, just enough to keep the chill at bay, and to cast that faint orange flicker on the walls, like the heartbeat of the home. Then you return to bed, lying still, watching the ember's pulse fade and brighten. Out through the shutter's edge, you catch the briefest glimmer of another glow, your neighbor's chimney venting the last of their firelight. It's not much, but it's strategic, because in the medieval night, light and dark weren't just ambiance, they were defense. You glance toward the hallway and the small clay lantern resting by the door. It's unlit now, but filled with tallow from the last rendering. If needed, you could light it in seconds. But for now, darkness is your ally. Too much light draws attention. Too little makes you clumsy. You've learned to leave just one coal burning, not bright enough to draw eyes, but enough to mark your presence. And beyond your home, the village does the same. A faint flicker from one window, a soft torch guttering near the well. Just enough. Historians note that many medieval towns enforced light regulations after dark. Open flames were risky. A fire in the wrong place could erase an entire street. So people grew wise. They kept light low, hidden, strategic. Light said, I'm home. I'm watching, but not Come here. You think of your uncle's house at the edge of the village. He always placed a lantern behind a colored cloth. The hue changed nightly, red for guests, green for quiet, blue for trouble. A strange system, but the whole street learned it. One night, when the cloth stayed red too long, someone checked. He'd fallen ill. And that light, it spoke. Now, in the near dark, you watch shadows move along the wall. Not from danger, just the dog shifting, the fire settling, the normal breathing of a house that's aware of itself. Outside, the darkness is thicker, not because it's empty, but because it's chosen. You recall your cousin in the city. They lived behind torches, guards posted at gates, sconces at corners, but even then, they kept their bedroom dark. Too much light, they said, and you forget to listen. And that's the truth of it. Light is comfort. Darkness is clarity. The darker the house, the sharper your ears, the more noticeable the scrape of a boot, the more startling the creak of a step. Even the dog seems more alert when the room is dim. You breathe slowly, eyes adjusting to the rhythm of flicker and shadow. The fire is low, but not out. A signal to yourself, your animals, and maybe even your neighbors. All is well. We are here. The house is still awake, just barely. And in this soft balance, this curated dusk between flame and night, you feel safest of all. You close your eyes and let the darkness guard you. Your fingers fumble in the dark, reaching for the small loop of cord tied to the door's inner latch. You give it a gentle tug, not enough to move anything, just to feel the tension, the readiness of it. Still tight, still holding. This isn't a rope meant to lift or pull. It's a signal, a trip line, a messenger in the night. In some homes, this cord connects to a small bell tucked behind the doorframe. In others, it stretches to a secondary beam, braced just so. If the door moves while you sleep, even a crack, the line pulls taut, the bell jingles, the latch jolts. You feel it, even before your mind registers what's wrong. Your body will know. No batteries, no blinking lights, just twine, gravity, and intent. You tighten it again, then tuck the loose end beneath a notch in the frame. You've tied and retied this cord 100 times. You know the knots by feel alone. They're part of your nightly rhythm now, and you wouldn't dream of sleeping without them. In some places, they call it a sleep snare. Not to catch anyone, just to alert, just to whisper. Something's moved. You lie back down, one arm resting over your chest, still feeling the presence of the cord across the room. It's a thin connection, barely thicker than your thumb, but it holds peace like iron. Historians rarely mention these details. They write about battlements and guard towers, but they forget the quiet cunning of those who couldn't afford gates or guards, of the string tied to the door, the shell left on the windowsill, the floorboard that squeaked only when stepped on wrong. You smile, remembering the old man from 3 doors down. He ran a rope from his door to a clay pot filled with pebbles. If someone opened it at night, the pot fell. No one entered unnoticed. It broke once a month. He made a new one each time, cheap, loud, effective, and more than that, tuned to the home's rhythm. You glance up at the ceiling, watching the flicker of firelight dance in soft arcs. Below that, the cord stretches in silence. Tension means readiness. Slack means rest. Even the dog knows to sleep with one paw near it. A tug means attention. A snap means alert. You've seen him rise from slumber at the slightest jolt. Ears pricked, body frozen in that half-woken crouch only a lifetime of vigilance can teach. This isn't paranoia. It's ritual. A way to say, I see you. Night. I respect you. But you may not pass unnoticed. The cord hangs there, invisible to most eyes, but not to yours. You feel its presence in your bones. The way it ties this house together, from wall to frame, from door to mind. It isn't beautiful. It isn't modern. But like the beam across the door, the iron latch, the creaky boards, and the watchful eyes of your neighbors, it works. You let out a long breath, slow and steady. If someone comes tonight, the cord will know. And through it, so will you. You turn your head slightly on the pillow, eyes drifting toward the far wall, just where the window slit cuts a thin vertical shadow into the night. It's narrow, barely wide enough to pass a hand through. And that's exactly the point. Windows, if you could even call them that, weren't made for looking out. They were made to keep things out. No glass here, just oiled parchment or thin horn, stretched and set into a wooden frame, translucent at best. In some homes, just a wooden shutter bolted from the inside. You'd open it during the day to let in light and breeze. At night, it closed. Firmly. You reach for the edge of the shutter and run your fingers along the grain. It's cool to the touch, smooth in the center, where hands always close it, splintery at the edges, where fingers rarely roam. You test it. Still tight, still sealed. In the cities, some wealthier homes had small panes of thick greenish glass, bubbled and uneven, beautiful, but rare. And even then, they were set high, too narrow for entry. Beauty was for daylight. At night, everything closed like a shell. You recall a story your grandfather told you about a man who tried to climb through a window slit to steal a chicken. He got stuck, called for help. The chicken pecked him. The family found him hanging there like a sack of flour. Since then, no one's tried the windows, because medieval builders understood something modern minds often forget. Openings are invitations. You glance again at the slit in your wall. It's angled just slightly, funneling light inward during the day while minimizing exposure at night. You could never fit through it. Neither could anyone else. And if they tried, they'd knock the shutter from the inside, and you'd know. Some homes went further. Iron grates, wooden crossbars, even shards of pottery embedded into the wall beneath the sill. Not for show. For deterrence, you shift under your blanket, the fire's glow now fading to embers. The dog sighs. The night stretches. It's not the thickness of your door or the cleverness of your latch that brings you comfort tonight. It's the quiet satisfaction that every possible entrance has been accounted for, including this modest window. Historians might overlook these slits, call them primitive or impractical, but you know better. They served the exact purpose they were designed for. Let the world in, just enough. You drift further into sleep, your breathing steady, your thoughts dissolving like smoke. The window watches over you, not with sight, but with structure. It's narrow, firm, sealed with intent. And tonight, like every night, that is enough. You exhale slowly, the breath warm against the woolen edge of your blanket. Just before your eyes slip closed, your fingers move, almost without thinking, and trace a small symbol on the wall, a circle, a line, a loop. Nothing grand, just a motion, a moment. You don't need to say the words aloud. They live in your muscle memory now, passed from hand to hand through generations, like the charm hanging above the doorway, a bundle of dried rue and red thread, tied tight and left to watch over the house. Not everyone believes in such things, but you believe in layers. The lock, the dog, the latch, the creaky floorboards, and this, because when the practical ends, the spiritual begins. You whisper a short prayer, not long, not even complete, just enough to feel the comfort rise in your chest. A murmur, meant not for divine intervention, but for order, for alignment, for the simple peace of having done your part. In medieval life, faith and security were woven tightly. Every threshold had meaning. Every corner could carry weight. The shape of a cross traced on a door, a charm tucked into the beams, a psalm etched in charcoal above the fireplace. Some called it superstition, others, insurance. Historians still debate how deeply people truly believed in protective rituals. But whether they believed or not, they acted because in a world of unseen threats, both natural and supernatural, ritual gave shape to fear. And so, you followed suit. You once hung a piece of iron at the foot of the bed. Someone said it kept spirits away. You left bread out on certain nights. Not for anyone in particular, but just in case. And in spring, you buried a sliver of quartz in the garden soil to keep the crops honest. Tonight, above your bed, hangs a small wooden token, carved into it, a bird, a circle, a star. It was a gift. You don't remember what each shape means, but you remember the look in the giver's eyes. It keeps watch while you sleep. You believe that. You turn to your side, facing the wall. The fire has nearly died now. Only a faint glow remains. The shutters hold. The cord is quiet. The latch, unmoved. And in this last flicker of wakefulness, you offer your silence as another kind of protection, a pact, a surrender, not to fear, but to trust. Trust in habit, in memory, in the slow, quiet rituals that say, you are not alone. Your hand rests near the dried herb bundle. Its scent is faint now, faded over the months, but still familiar, still sharp in a certain light. You close your eyes and let the old symbols settle into the dark. Salt at the threshold, iron by the bed, a prayer whispered backward, a house made not only of wood and stone, but of intention. And you, a part of it all. You're not sure what woke you. Not a noise, exactly. More like a shift in the silence, the kind you don't hear, but feel. Your eyes open just enough to scan the room. Darkness, unchanged. The coals in the hearth have cooled into soft red stars. The dog at your feet doesn't stir, but his ears twitch once. A confirmation. You weren't imagining it. You listen. The creak comes again. Faint, high-pitched, not where it should be. Not one of your boards. Not one of your doors. And yet, it isn't panic that washes over you. It's a kind of alertness you've known all your life. A feeling bred into every child raised behind latches and thatch. If someone comes, you'll know. You slide your hand slowly across the floor. Your fingertips find the hooked stick you keep by the bed. Not a weapon, a tool, part of the pattern. Then you pause, wait, and hear nothing. No footsteps, no latch, no stirring of hens, no rattle of pebbles or snap of cord, no warning from the dog beyond that single ear flick. The house is holding. You lie back, but your mind remains alert, trained, listening not for chaos, but for disruption. You know the sound of safety. It's not total silence. It's the soft wheeze of the fire's last breath, the occasional roll of the dog, the low creak of a beam settling, a mouse scratching in the corner. If anything else entered the pattern, you'd feel it. Medieval life wasn't about fearlessness. It was about attunement. No flashing systems or sirens. Just the rhythm of your own space. The familiarity of place so deep. It spoke to you in changes. Historians try to quantify security in walls, in locks, in measured force. But you know it lives between sounds. In the way your body notices what doesn't belong. You settle again. But now your eyes are open. Not wide. Just watchful. A part of you always is. And maybe that's why people slept lighter back then. Not from anxiety. From connection. From knowing that survival wasn't about heavy walls. It was about knowing the language of the house. Tonight, it speaks clearly. You close your eyes once more. The pattern resumes. The creaks fall into place. The warmth returns. The dark rests its head on your shoulder, and you sleep again. Not because nothing could happen, but because if something did, you'd know. You wake with the faintest blush of light on your shutter. Not a sound wakes you. Not a knock or bark. Just the slow return of day. Soft and certain. The dog stretches beside you. The fire has cooled to gray, and a rooster stirs in the distance. But nothing's wrong. Nothing has happened. You rise, unhurried, and step toward the door. The latch still rests in place. The rope hasn't been tugged. The shutter creaks open with that same familiar groan. Everything, still exactly as you left it, but you're not proud because nothing happened. You're proud because you were ready, because you remembered what every person in your village knows without needing to say it. Security was never solitary. You look down the lane and see someone else opening their window. A yawn, a nod. No need to speak. They did the same things you did. Latched, listened, watched. Every house on this road held its own quiet vigil. Not with weapons, not with fear, but with the quiet cooperation of care. The tools were small, a stick, a hook, a bell, a shutter, a string, a prayer, but together, a network, not of wires, but of people, each trusting the other to notice, to nudge, to say something if something felt wrong. You remember how you used to think of safety as isolation, a higher wall, a thicker door. But the older you got, the more you realized you were never meant to lock yourself in alone. You were meant to hold the night together, piece by piece, neighbor by neighbor, shutter by shutter. You step outside into the pale morning, cold earth beneath your feet, and feel grateful. Grateful for your latch, for the dog, for the fire and the charm and the awkward squeak of the floorboard beneath the table. Grateful for your neighbor's cough at midnight. Grateful that, even now, with the world changed and modern and buzzing with noise, you still understand what they did. That safety isn't silence. It's shared attention. You stretch your arms and breathe in the morning. And as the village yawns and opens its shutters one by one, you smile. No one locked a door alone. And that, more than anything, is why you slept well now. As your breath grows slower and your eyes begin to soften at the edges, let the quiet of that medieval night linger with you a little longer. Let the latch slide back into place. Let the fire shrink to an ember. Let the dog curl back beside you and sigh into sleep. The shutters are closed. The door is barred. The cord is tied. Still and watchful, you are not alone. Outside, a world stirs with moonlight and stories and the occasional creak of old wood, but inside, your house holds you like a whisper. Your neighbors' homes breathe beside yours, close and steady. The chickens have hushed, the wind has gentled, and every charm, every hook, every thoughtful hand that prepared this night has played its part. There is no need to fear what the dark holds, because you've done what they did, what generations have done. When the sun slips away and the world grows quiet, you've made a space that listens, that watches, that rests, and now you do too. No alarms, no blinking lights, just the simple strength of shutters closed, latches fastened, and a village stitched together by shared sleep. So let your breath grow deeper. Let your muscles melt into stillness. Let the night carry you gently, because the watchman walks, because the rope still holds, because your home remembers how to rest. And now, so do you.